Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chauncey Goss. I'm chairman of the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District. It's December 9th, 2020. I'd like to call the governing board workshop to order. First of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate everyone joining us for this Zoom workshop. We're going to focus on the ecological and the water quality conditions of Biscayne Bay. Just for your information, this workshop is informational only. We will not be taking any board action. We will be taking a public comment, and members of the public who would like to comment at the period, at the public comment period, may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If you're having any trouble and you need help, please go to our website at sfwmd.gov and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and our staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and then unmute. Board members, as we've done over the last couple of months, if you raise your hand when you've got a question or a comment, I will call on you when I see it. I'd like to let the presenters go, but if you've got something that you're itching to say, then go ahead and raise your hand and we'll get to you. I'd like to remind the board and the staff to keep your mics muted unless you're speaking. And now I'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask everyone to unmute themselves. I'll lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America,
the republic,
and to the republic
and
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. You can remute yourselves, and we'll move on. And I'm going to ask Mr. Lawrence Glenn, to discuss the workshop format and to introduce our panel members for us.
Thank you very much, Chairman Goss. I'm very excited to help provide this workshop today. There's been a lot of folks involved. We have a distinguished panel of experts that are going to be joining us today. That starts with Dr. Joan Browder. She is an Ecosystems Investigation Unit Leader and Biscayne Bay Habitat Focus Area Coordinator at NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service. Dr. Browder is a true icon of ecological research in Biscayne Bay. She's been doing this work for several decades, and we're just really pleased that she's here to help answer questions on ecological aspects of Biscayne Bay. We also have Lee Hefty. He is the Director of the Division of Environmental Resources Management, also known as DERM, for Miami-Dade County Department of Regulatory and Economic Resources. Mr. Hefty is going to provide great information on what Miami-Dade DERM does in this area. He has 30 years of experience, so he's going to provide a lot of really good information in his presentation and for questions and answers. Then we also have Julie Espy. She is the Director of the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration at Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And Miss Espy has been involved in their numeric nutrient criteria and TMDL program for a very long time. She has a lot of information and knowledge on water quality that will help provide that aspect of the presentations as we go through them. And then lastly, thank you to Ava Velez. She is the strategic program manager of the ecosystem branch of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the Jacksonville district. You may know Ms. Velez through her tenure at the district, or more recently at the Jacksonville district of the Army Corps. And she is going to provide her expertise on CERT projects in the region. So we have a really good lineup. We have 9 presentations. I did the math. We have 148 slides and 4 hours to do it. So I would ask governing board members if you could hold off to asking your questions at the end of presentations, unless it's something so burning that we really need to get to it at that period of time, so that we can get through just the amazing amount of information that we have to provide you. So I'm going to just go ahead and start off and kind of give you a lay of the land.
I've lost the speaker.
Hey, Lawrence, we lost
Back
you.
on mute. Hi, Lawrence, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, well, I'm just going to kind of lay out Biscayne Bay for you generally before we get into the presentations. And you see Biscayne Bay here, the watershed comprise almost all of Miami-Dade County, and that's 2.7 million people in this area that surround Biscayne Bay. So one of the features you'll notice in there's three major regions of the bay, and in the North Bay, it's smaller in comparison to the rest of the bay. It is very highly urbanized. Downtown meets the bay, basically. You see it's enclosed. There are numerous islands in there. So for exchange of water between the Atlantic Ocean and the bay in this area is a little more difficult. So there are issues that come along with how water is circulated, the water that is coming through a very highly urbanized area as runoff, and that'll be touched upon in the presentations that follow. Then as you move down to the kind of central part of the bay, you see there is suburbia. The whole watershed is highly developed. And so there are going to be different issues that come with urbanization of this sort and how water is delivered and the quality of water and timing of water as it enters Biscayne Bay. Then as we move to the south, the southern part of the watershed is highly agricultural. So that also comes with different issues that need to be addressed as water is leaving that part of the watershed and coming into Biscayne Bay. But on the whole, Biscayne Bay is used in a number of different ways. It's an internationally renowned bone fishery or bonefish fishery. If you want to catch a lot of numbers of fishes, you go over to the Bahamas. If you want to catch really big bonefish, you try it in Biscayne Bay. And then you see there's a lot of recreational opportunities in Biscayne Bay. And then there's just a really neat different mosaic of habitat types from seagrass meadows to hard bottom rock, coral and sea fans, sponges and the like, and then the different biota that actually use Florida Bay. So we have a really good series of presentations that we're going to go through. And at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Anna Washnicka, and she'll give you a historical overview and the ecological characteristics of Biscayne Bay. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Governing Board. My name is Anna Washnicka, and I am a lead scientist in Applied Science Bureau in Water Resources Division. In my presentation, I will focus on Biscayne Bay ecology and recent ecological changes caused by different natural and anthropogenic factors. Oh, the slide is not moving.
Hi, Anna, if you can just click into your screen.
Yep. All right, I think it's going. Firstly, I'm going to talk about pre- and post-drainage Biscayne Bay characteristics. Then I'm going to discuss recent ecological changes and long-term monitoring program results that will help us assess Biscayne Bay restoration success in the future. And finally, I'm going to discuss the Bay responses to anomalous and extreme weather events. Historically, Biscayne Bay was a subtropical lagoonal estuary where fresh water from the mainland mixed with salt water from the Atlantic Ocean, which entered the bay via the main central opening called safety valve and the tidal creeks between the barrier islands. The fresh water from the Everglades entered the bay via transverse glades that cut through the Atlantic coastal ridge, which is right here. And then via natural creeks and rivers, and as a sheet flow via coastal wetlands. The bay also received fresh groundwater through artesian upwelling, which formed freshwater boils, or also known as submarine springs in the bay. So the picture on top of the slide shows one of the freshwater wells located approximately 300 to 500 meters away from the shoreline. So you can see that in the early 1930s, fishermen and sailors were still able to collect freshwater that far away from the shoreline. The shoreline of Biscayne Bay consisted of mangroves and freshwater and saltwater marshes. This unique natural setting created Estuarine salinity conditions that gradually increased with the distance from the shoreline. These salinity conditions, combined with calcareous and sandy sediments, allowed for development of benthic habitats dominated by seagrasses, along with hard bottom habitats dominated by hard and soft corals and sponges. Environmental conditions in Biscayne Bay changed in response to rapid population growth along the southeast Florida coast, especially since 1950s, as you can see on the graph. Florida has 36 times more residents today than it had in 1900, and more than 13% of that population lives in Miami-Dade County along the western shore of Biscayne Bay. This rapid population growth has prompted development of regional drainage and flood protection system along the Biscayne Bay coast, especially in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. During that time, most of the natural rivers and creeks were converted to canals. Construction of the canals and levees and development of urban and agricultural areas along the Biscayne Bay coast led to almost complete elimination of natural sheet and ground freshwater discharges into the bay and lowering of the regional and coastal water tables. So here on this picture, you can see how downtown Miami, this is Brickell Point in downtown, how downtown Miami looked in the early 1900s. And this is how downtown Miami looks like 120 years later. So that was a tremendous transformation just over the last 120 years. Currently, a central part of the bay is managed by Biscayne National Park, while northern and southern parts of the bay are part of the Biscayne Bay Aquatic Preserves that are managed by Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The northern and central part of the bay are adjacent to highly urbanized area of Miami, and southern parts of the bay are adjacent to agricultural and residential areas of Homestead and Florida City. Urbanization of the southeast Florida coast and the construction of canals and levees had a significant impact on the bay's natural resources. Construction of canals and levees changed the bay to a system with highly pulsed point source freshwater discharges, with larger peak discharges in a wet season and very limited discharges during dry season, which often results in hypersaline conditions. Salinity and circulation patterns and water residence time was altered in northern part of the bay after construction of Government Cat and farther to the north, Halover Cat in the early 1900s. Destruction of coastal wetlands led to elimination of the natural filtering capacity of nutrients and pollutants. Consequently, increased nutrient loading decreased water quality in the bay, which in some regions led to benthic habitat losses and micro and macro algal blooms. Species composition and diversity of benthic and planktonic communities also changed over time. Lowering of groundwater levels throughout the area increased the rates of saltwater encroachment, especially in low-lying areas of Homestead and Florida City. Now, approximately 50% of freshwater input into bay comes from the direct precipitation, 40% from canals, and 10% from groundwater. And of course, this proportion will vary depending on where you are in the bay. So areas farther offshore will have higher inputs from direct precipitation, while nearshore areas will have higher inputs from canals and groundwater. Even though nutrients and pollutants inputs are higher compared to pre-drainage period, the quality of water in the bay has improved in the last 50 years or so as a result of the elimination of the direct discharge of sewage and other pollutants into the bay. Additionally, the central and southern part of the bay are classified as an outstanding Florida water based upon designation of Biscayne National Park. So these maps show 20-year record of water quality data. The maps on the left show you the 20-year chlorophyll A and nutrient averages, while the maps on the right show you annual rates of change. The red and yellow and green colors indicate higher averages and rates of change, while blue colors indicate lower averages and rates of change. Water quality data show that chlorophyll A, which is an indicator of total algal biomass or algal concentration in the water, and phosphate concentrations have increased pretty much throughout the bay, which is a primary sign of eutrophication. Concentration of algae in water in northern part of the bay and nearshore areas of the bay are increasing at higher rate compared to the rest of the bay. Nitrogen concentration in form of ammonia and nitrate and nitrite are increasing at highest rate in south central parts of the bay. Our next speaker, Chris Avila, will discuss these patterns in details in his presentation. Seagrasses form extensive beds along the eastern and western parts of the bay. Those areas highlighted in different colors indicate different seagrass communities and mixed seagrass and macrophyte communities. While hard bottom communities highlighted here in yellow cover much of the central part of southern bay. The north central section of the bay has extensive barren areas highlighted here in blue. Biscayne Bay seagrass beds cover approximately 60% of the seafloor. Thalassia is by far the most abundant seagrass species within the bay. Other common seagrass species found in the bay include Syringodium, Haloduli, 3 species of Halophila, and of course, Rupia. And seagrass communities are often mixed with macroalgae, as you can see on this picture. Hard bottom communities are dominated by corals and sponges, which frequently are mixed with seagrasses, which you also can see on those two pictures. So this map comes from the 2005 district report, but it is based on Miami-Dade County's Gary Milano's 1983 map. Seagrasses are key components of all estuarine systems. They are known as the lungs of the sea because 1 meter square of seagrass can generate approximately 10 liters of oxygen every single day. Seagrass leaves can absorb and release nutrients, so they help with nutrient cycling. They're capturing also sand and silt particles, and their roots trap and stabilize the sediments, which not only helps improve water clarity and quality, but also reduces erosion and buffers coastlines against the storm. They're also important nursery habitats because they provide shelter to small invertebrates, fish, and juveniles of larger fish species. They're also important food source to, for example, turtles, as you can see on this picture, and manatees. Seagrasses also sequester carbon dioxide in the root system, which has significant implications for climate change. Miami-Dade County has been monitoring submerged aquatic vegetation communities in Biscayne Bay since 1980s and more intensively since late 1990s. Their surveys revealed 3 areas which experienced significant seagrass losses over the last decade. The first area is Manatee Bay and Barnes Sound, which lost approximately 93% of the seagrasses. Second area is region adjacent to Coral Gables, which lost approximately 85% of seagrasses. And third region is the area north of Rickenbacker Causeway. And those basins lost between 66 and 89% of seagrasses. Eutrophication or nutrient enrichment has degraded many estuarine systems around the world, including Biscayne Bay, and has been identified in peer-reviewed literature as a major cause of seagrass losses around the world. The regions of the bay that I just described have been identified as nutrient enriched, and they are currently experiencing not only seagrass losses, but also micro and macro algal blooms. In my presentation, I am going to focus on those two areas right now. So the area adjacent to Coral Gables and Tuttle Basin in northern part of the bay. One of the areas that experience extensive seagrass losses is Tuttle, with approximately 78% of seagrass losses. Changes in cover were detected around 2016 when densities at fixed monitoring station decreased suddenly. But the aerial photographs that you can see here clearly show that communities along the northern edge have been actually receding since at least 2011 and possibly much earlier. Historically, the basin had dense seagrass communities dominated by Syringodium, which can thrive under elevated nutrient conditions. Even though the mechanism of the die-offs are still not well understood, local scientists hypothesize that low oxygen concentration might be one of the reasons why we're losing seagrasses in this part of the bay. High density seagrass beds are susceptible to die-offs under low oxygen conditions created by increased demand in oxygen needed to sustain dense communities. So they produce a lot of oxygen during the day, but they also consume a lot of oxygen at night during respiration. Also, decomposition of dead seagrass material likely further decreases oxygen concentration in the water column. These conditions possibly induce mortality of seagrasses by sulfide toxicity. You can also see on the picture here that seagrass blades are heavily coated with epiphytic algae, which can significantly reduce light availability necessary for photosynthesis. Approximately 1,300 acres of seagrasses has been lost in this basin so far, and there's no signs of recovery. So many regions of that basin look like this right now. So we used to have dense seagrass beds, and we have barren bottoms in many parts of the basins now. Farther south, Biscayne Bay adjacent to Coral Gables also experienced significant seagrass losses and extensive macroalgal blooms. Algal blooms are generally associated with phytoplankton, so you often hear about, red tides along the west coast of Florida caused by Karenia brevis, or cyanobacteria blooms in Lake Okeechobee or northern estuaries. However, several macroalgal species are also known to form blooms. The macroalgal species that form bloom, extensive bloom in this part of the bay around a decade ago belong to Anadyomene green algae genus. So this is the algae, so you can see how dense it is. And it grows really quickly, so there's a lot of nutrients. It quickly expands and covers the seagrass beds. The bloom covered approximately 42% of the study area, or approximately 60 square kilometers. At some locations, the species completely overgrew the seagrass communities, as you can see on this picture. As shown on the graphs, this species was detected in low abundance in the early 2000s, but their cover increased over time. At the same time, the cover of Thalassia testudinum steadily decreased. So the numbers on the y-axis represent the brown blanket cover abundance scores, and score 0 means no vegetation, while scores between 3 and 4 mean 50 to 75% cover. Additionally, as the maps on the left show, the percent of area occupied by seagrasses and the seagrass patch extensiveness increased during initial and peak of the bloom. So you can see this bright green color basically represents dense submerged aquatic vegetation communities. But then the patch extensiveness sharply declined after 2014 during the post-bloom period. So seagrass seascape structure clearly became fragmented as a consequence of the bloom. So what happened to the seagrasses? Well, potentially high accumulation of macroalgae reduced light availability and disrupted oxygenation of sediments and water column. Decomposition of accumulated dead macroalgal material likely generated low oxygen conditions. Both conditions most likely induce mortality of seagrasses by sulfite toxicity. The seagrass recovery can take decades when degradation occurs at larger scale, like in this case. So far, seagrasses in this area, just like in Julia Tuttle, shown little evidence of recovery. Another important phenomenon, natural phenomenon, affecting benthic communities and water quality in nearshore areas of Biscayne Bay are Sargassum accumulation events. Sargassum is another form of macroalgae, this time brown macroalgae. This picture shows brown macroalgae accumulation along Biscayne Bay shoreline near Deering Estates, which is located right here. This occurred in August of 2018. Western Biscayne Bay is often adjacent to coastal mangrove zone. You can see it on this picture. And it's practically impossible to remove algae from these coastal waters, which may create problems for benthic communities occupying this nearshore zone. Normally, Sargassum is a very important component of marine ecosystems. They float on the surface and provide food, refugee, and breeding grounds for fish, sea turtles, marine birds. But too much Sargassum can be a bad thing. Large Sargassum accumulation and murky brown water caused by decomposition of Sargassum material can block sunlight and kill the seagrasses growing below, as you can see on this diagram. So this is the scenario before the Sargassum accumulation event. Then Sargassum piles up along the shoreline and decreases light penetration. Once they die, we have consumption of oxygen and then destabilization of the shoreline. So during 2018, algae accumulation event, very low oxygen concentration, meaning concentration below 2-3 milligrams per liter, were recorded south of Deering Estate in this part of the bay. So now I am going to shortly introduce you to this very important long-term integrated Biscayne Bay Ecological Assessment and Monitoring Program, also known as IBBEAM. The program was implemented in 2012 to monitor comprehensive Everglades restoration plan implementation impacts on Biscayne Bay nearshore ecosystems. So actually the monitoring of different components of IBBEAM began much earlier as independent studies in late 1990s and early 2000s. This program is co-managed by NOAA Fisheries Science Center, Biscayne National Park, and University of Miami. IBBEAM monitors salinity regimes at 17 fixed monitoring stations shown on the map as blue dots. They also monitor submerged aquatic vegetation, vegetation-associated fish and invertebrate communities, and mangrove-associated fish communities at 47 locations along the shoreline that are shown as red dots on the map. Sampling for this program is conducted twice per year in dry and wet seasons. The IBBEAM team developed a full suite of salinity and habitat suitability indices. One of the matrix that I'm showing here is a mesohaline persistence index. This index shows the maximum duration of mesohaline salinity conditions, or number of consecutive days with salinities above 5 but below 18 at 17 fixed monitoring stations that you can see on the map. So simply speaking, the greener the colors in that table, the longer the periods with desired salinity conditions. And the redder the color in the table, the shorter the periods with desired mesohaline conditions. Restoration goal is to increase the persistency of mesohaline conditions, meaning conditions between 5 and 18 in nearshore areas of the bay. But as you can see in the table, the sites which are shown on the map rarely experience prolonged desired salinity conditions, which means that the nearshore zone does not receive enough fresh water to maintain persistent mesohaline conditions yet. For more information about those different salinity and habitat suitability indices, I encourage you to reach out to Dr. Browder and her team, and also read latest 2020 report produced by IBBEAM team. So here's an example of long-term monitoring, seagrass monitoring data from IBBEAM in central Biscayne Bay. This long-term monitoring is extremely important for detecting long-term spatial and temporal trends in seagrass cover and community structure. So here on this graph, you can see seasonal changes in 3 different species of seagrasses. And you can see temporal and also seasonal changes in seagrasses. This information on the condition of benthic habitats provides a direct measure of the effectiveness of past management actions and provides the information necessary to focus future actions. So with this long-term benthic habitat records, we'll be able to evaluate benthic habitat responses over time to future restoration actions in Biscayne Bay. So here's another example of long-term mangrove fish monitoring records. And their abundance, as you can see, also change with seasonally and interannually. So we have some trends in data, and those are 3 indicator fish species occupying mangrove zone. And again, this long-term monitoring record will help us track the responses of this indicator species to changing water quality conditions caused by future restoration actions in Biscayne Bay. So now, how the bay responds to anomalous and extreme weather conditions. So this year's wet season was very wet and hot. And the northern part of the bay, which is already experiencing long-term water quality degradation and benthic habitat losses, as you could see on my previous slides, experienced pretty disturbing physical and biological events this summer. One of the events was the mid-August fish kill event, which was widely reported on the news. This fish kill event coincided with low oxygen concentration in the same region, which you can see on this Florida International University map. The yellow and red dots on the map indicate oxygen levels below 4 milligrams per liter. Most species of fish are distressed when oxygen levels fall to levels between 2 and 4 milligrams per liter. And mortality usually occurs on concentration below 2 milligrams per liter. So as you can see on this map, some areas within the affected basin experienced oxygen below 2. So the red dots, those are areas where oxygen dropped to below 2 milligrams per liter. Oxygen depletion occurs when oxygen consumption exceeds oxygen production. High oxygen consumption can be caused by an overabundance of aquatic plants and algae in ecosystems, increased organic waste, for example, from sewage spills, raw sewage spills, and decaying organic matter. Fish kills are quite common in nutrient-enriched aquatic systems during hot summer months. Warm water holds less oxygen than cold water, and high submerged aquatic vegetation cover and algal biomass can significantly reduce oxygen concentration at night when they respire and consume oxygen during the process. So, like I mentioned earlier, we experience above average precipitation conditions this wet season pretty much throughout the entire system that we manage. Due to high precipitation levels, freshwater inflows into Biscayne Bay, northern Biscayne Bay, increased, as you can see on the graph. So every time we have elevated precipitation, we also increase the releases into the bay to protect the areas from flooding. Direct precipitation and increased freshwater inflow most likely form water column stratification with less dense freshwater positioned on top of denser salt water. But as you can also see on the graph, not surprisingly, the fish kill events did not really occur during high flow events, but rather during hot, cloudy, still weather days. Muggy, overcast summer days often precipitate oxygen depletion. During those days, light reaching the surface water is diminished, resulting in decrease in oxygen production from photosynthesis. However, oxygen consumption rates remain the same. So this results in daily net loss of oxygen. So there's basically less oxygen is produced than consumed, which eventually may lead to fish mortality. The fish kill event was followed by algal bloom in the same region of the bay. So the discolored area that you can see on the picture, this is the bloom. The algae that formed the bloom belong to Chaetoceros diatom genus. So this is the diatom genus that formed the bloom. And these species are not capable of producing toxins, but they are spiny, as you can also see on this picture. And in very high abundance, they can get stuck in fish gills and suffocate them. However, the Chaetoceros bloom did not cause this year's fish kill. It actually occurred after the fish kill event. So similar but more extensive diatom bloom was reported in Biscayne Bay in the summer of 2013, also following increased precipitation and freshwater inflow events. Back then, 3 regions within the bay were affected. First was the area that was, I earlier described as an area affected by green macroalgal bloom, and that's the area adjacent to Coral Gables. Another region was the south central part of the bay between Convoy Point and Elliott Key, and area south of Arsenicer Keys through Card Sound and northern part of the Barn Sound. The 2013 bloom did not coincide with any fish kill events, so these events don't always occur. The conceptual diagram simply depicts what local scientists hypothesize happened this year in northern Biscayne Bay. Increased precipitation inflows created water column stratification. Increased nutrient inflows or inputs stimulated primary productivity in that upper warm layer of water, and increased consumption of dead plant, algal, and fish material decreased oxygen levels in bottom water layers. Fish kills and algal blooms occurred only in that northern part of the bay this year, which has restricted exchange of water with the Atlantic Ocean and longer water residence time compared to other parts of the bay. So it's not flushed very well, and nutrients and algal biomass tend to concentrate in that part of the bay, which you could see in my earlier slide. So basically, combination of these different factors most likely led to this year's fish kill event. And in summary, just like the other estuarine systems in Florida and other parts of the country and the world that are adjacent to large urban and agricultural areas, some regions of Biscayne Bay are experiencing deteriorating water quality conditions. Declining water quality conditions often lead to benthic habitat losses. And benthic habitat losses destabilize the sediment, and that increases turbidity and decreases light penetration. Release of nutrients from sediment stimulates micro and macro algal blooms, which can lead to further losses in submerged aquatic vegetation. And decomposition of that organic material consumes a lot of oxygen in water, and that can lead, water and sediment actually, and that can lead to fish kill events. So all the events that were recorded in the bay over the last decade or so are early warning signs of deteriorating environmental conditions, which was also mentioned in reports published by Miami-Dade County and also Biscayne Bay Task Force. So how the bay responds to extreme weather event? The last event that affected Biscayne Bay and pretty much the rest of the system was 2017 Hurricane Irma. The 2017 wet season was very wet, as you may remember. In fact, the 2017 total annual inflows from the 14 structures along the Biscayne Bay that you can see on the map was approximately 26% higher than the year before. Total discharges increased by almost 8% in 20 days period after the storm compared to the period before the storm. Most of the water that entered the bay was discharged into south central part of the bay and northern part of the bay. The largest 224% increase in total average daily inflows after the storm occurred into south central part of the bay. Before the storm, almost 80% of water was discharged into northern part of the bay and also Manatee Barn Sound area, as you can also see on this pie chart, the yellow and green areas. But the discharges became more uniformly spread after the storm. And this is not surprising because we basically were releasing water from all those structures, we're draining this entire watershed. So you can see the spike in inflows right after the storm. Precipitation and freshwater inflows not only significantly decreased salinity in nearshore areas of the bay, but also increased nutrient concentration within the bay. So here is a scenario before the storm and after the storm. And you can see that concentration of nitrate and nitrite increased significantly in south central part of the bay, while concentration of ammonia increased pretty much throughout the bay. So as this conceptual diagram shows, water column also became stratified. So we have freshwater, less dense freshwater sitting on top of denser saltwater. And influx of nutrients from the mainland stimulated primary productivity. And we had blooms in southern and northern part of the bay, which you can also see on the map. So this is scenario before and after. So we had significant increase in total algal biomass. Total algal biomass and nutrient concentration decreased over time as freshwater inflows, nutrient loadings, and water temperature decreased. So you can also see it on the map. So this is the September right after the storm, and you can see that over time the concentrations decrease. Biscayne Bay water quality improved within less than 3 months after Irma. Similar recovery time was reported after 2005 hurricanes, implying that the bay is still resilient to short-term disturbances like hurricanes. However, the recovery time may increase with decreasing base environmental conditions and changing climate in the future. So the bay can slowly become less and less resilient to such events in the future. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have at the end of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wichigna. I appreciate it. That was a great presentation. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Vice Chair Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. Has there been any technology or any studies out there to try to ascertain how we can accelerate, or if we can accelerate seagrass regrowth?
Nothing that I'm aware of. I know that Miami-Dade County is intensively monitoring the seagrass communities in Biscayne Bay, but I'm not aware of any restoration efforts involving, regrowing the seagrass beds in Biscayne Bay. No. And, frankly speaking, without improving water quality conditions and light conditions, especially, I'm not sure whether such restoration would be would make sense because, the seagrasses, they need light, and when there's no light, they cannot grow. So maybe in some areas that might be successful, but in many areas, there's just not enough light for the seagrasses to grow.
Thank you.
Mr. Steinle?
Thanks, Chairman. I'm going to throw in a couple questions, but can you just remind us, do you want us to ask questions after each presentation or at the end of all presentations?
After each presentation.
Okay, thanks. So Anna, thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in the sargassum comments and whether my experience has been, I always forget sort of that sargassum is a type of algae, and sometimes good and sometimes bad, but I've always thought it's from weather events. In other words, wind bringing it into a certain area and then creating an oxygen deficiency. So in the case of Biscayne, I'm wondering, is it a nutrient issue which causes the sargassum problems, or is it a weather issue? And then secondly, has Biscayne Bay area done any trial studies on point of discharge treatment for chlorophyll and nitrogen, if they are the biggest catalyst for damage? Thanks.
So I'm going to start with the first question about sargassum accumulation events. So those are natural phenomena, and the frequency of sargassum accumulation events they increased since 2011, and that is actually linked to changing circulation patterns over the Sargassum Sea. And also there's a area of the coast of Brazil that basically the circulation patterns are bringing the sargassum to the Caribbean, and they're pushed with currents and also tides towards the shoreline, including the shoreline of Biscayne Bay. So those are natural phenomena. However, since 2011, because of those changes in circulation over Sargasso Sea and that area of the coast of Brazil, we have been reporting massive sargassum accumulation throughout the Caribbean and also in Florida. Now, about the second question about the technology, I'm not aware of any technologies that were deployed in Biscayne Bay that would be aiming at reducing nutrient or algal biomass in the water. No.
Mr. Olipich?
Thank you, Chair Goss. I'm trying to find a slide that might show the Miami River, the Little River, and the Arch Creek. And I was just curious. I mean, obviously, those rivers, many, over 100 years ago or whatever, were connected to the Everglades and ran out through that area. So those rivers or creeks, as you said, have been channelized. And obviously that's a big shift, and there's probably a lot of these issues attached to those water bodies. So can you tell me what structures are connected, if any, to those bodies of water? And I imagine it's the district that's in charge of those.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Lipich, this is Lawrence. Madahal is going to go into that in depth in his presentation. So I think if we just wait a minute and get through these questions, when Madahal goes, he's going to provide a general lay of the land, what structures are operated by us and how we operate them.
I was just gonna say that our next speaker is going to go into details on all the structures.
Okay, well, I appreciate it very much. It was a very interesting, although somewhat depressing presentation, since we've known for such a long time that there have been problems, and obviously we continue to develop and develop and develop. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I think this all leads into, as we move forward with Everglades restoration, the impacts to Biscayne Bay has a lot to do with the quantity and the quality and the timing and the distribution of water that's discharged. And it's that's why Everglades restoration is so important as we move forward to get the proper quality of water and the proper quantity of water. And but I do want to compliment the presentation. Very informative, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. All right, Lawrence, you want to move on?
Most definitely. Next presentation that we have is going to be given by Dr. Madahal Ansar, and he is going to talk about water management operations in Biscayne Bay.
Hi, Madahal. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. All right, I'm just going to do that over again. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Governing Board member. My name is Madahal Ansar. I lead the Applied Hydraulics section at the district in the Hydrology and Hydraulic Bureau. And today I'm going to talk to you about how we operate the water control structure that discharge into Biscayne Bay. There is about a dozen water control structures that discharge into Biscayne Bay, starting with S28 near Biscayne Canal in North Miami area, and all the way down to S20F by the entrance of Biscayne National Park. And these structures are mainly gated spillway, meaning they are gravity-driven structure. And why that is important is because we need a positive gradient to push water to tide, meaning the water level on the land side has to be slightly higher than the water level on the ocean side to actually push water to tide. And that at times can become an issue with storm surge, with even wind-driven flow. And I'll talk a little bit more about that throughout my presentation. The only exception to gravity-driven structure are S26 and S25B. A few years ago, we installed some forward pumps at those structure, and those pumps do give us the ability to push more water even during high tide. And those are located near Miami International Airports. And recently, we did install a smaller pump called S700 near S123 as part of the Biscayne Coastal Wetland project, but that's a very small pump. So the structure, really, how they came about is primarily as part of the C&SF project itself. They are part of what's called the Lower East Coast Canal System that was designed and built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers from the mid-50s to the mid-60s. And we have been operating and maintaining the structure ever since. Of course, initially, we were operating them as the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District, and later on, we became the South Florida Water Management District in the late 70s or so. And the structure are essentially designed for primarily for flood control and water supply. And they do that by passing the design flood for exceeding upstream flood stages. There is a specific number there, 40 to 100% of what we call a standard project flood. They also restrict downstream flood stages and discharge to non-damaging level. And they help with water supply by preventing saltwater intrusion. And there is specific design documents that are essentially the basis of the design that spell out the sizing, the dimension, and how the structure were actually designed. And the way we operate them is basically codified in federal documents produced by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Specifically for this part of the system, they are governed by what we call the Master Water Control Manual, Volume 5, East Coast Canal. Every part of the system has such manual that codifies those operations. So that's where those operating rules come from. And the last one date back to the mid-90s. The Corps is updating some of those Master Water Control Manual, and the new name they have for that is System Operating Manual. So you may hear the term System Operating Manual, but the old documents are called Master Water Control Manual. As far as day-to-day operation, as I mentioned earlier, we operate this structure with two main purposes: flood control and water supply. And during a dry season operation, which is typically a water supply operation, we will keep the canal high and want you to keep an eye on the blue arrows here. Essentially, in those type of operation, the canal is recharging the surrounding groundwater, and that happened during dry time. During wet period, is kind of the opposite. We will keep those canal lower compared to the surrounding land. And the idea behind that, again, if you look at the blue arrows, the water is actually coming from the surrounding aquifer into the canal system. And once you get into the canal, we'll eventually get to our gates, and we'll open the gates, and then that water get to tide and provide drainage for the surrounding area. When there is a forecast to the storm and we have a good confidence in the forecast, we also sometimes do what's called a pre-storm drawdown. And that's essentially being a little bit more aggressive as far as lowering the canal, and we'll lower the canal up to 1 foot lower than what we'll do during a typical wet season operation. And the idea behind that, again, is to provide a more favorable gradient, pushing more water to the canal system and then being able to send it to tide. It's not meant to necessarily create a storage in the canal. The canals don't really have a whole lot of storage, but by lowering the canal system, what you're doing is you're increasing the gradient, and then by doing that, you are able to efficiently push water more to tide and have a more efficient way to provide drainage. In the next few slides, I would take you through just some representative structure that discharge into Biscayne Bay and talk about some of the criteria and some of the releases that historically that have happened. I'll start from the north region at S28. Again, I have an insert map here showing S28 by Biscayne Canal in North Miami area. I have a picture of a structure here, and typically we'll have, like I mentioned, a dry season and a wet season operation. In the wet condition, we'll put the structure in what is called a low range. For this particular structure is shown here, and the lower end of that low range is 0.5 feet is essentially where we'll shut the gates and will not let the stages go lower than that. The higher end, the upper end of that range is usually when we start opening the gate and start modulating the stages, and the intent again is to try to keep the stages in this range. But that can always, that may not always be feasible, because if there is tide or something going on downstream, it becomes challenging. But really, ultimately, what we're trying to do is to keep the stage in those ranges. Invariably, the stage may come up a little bit higher than this higher end, but as long as we keep it in a reasonable range, we are fine. During dry condition, we go to a higher range. Again, you have it listed there. Don't want to dwell too much on that. But what I want to share with you is what some of the flow value we see as far as releases. What I have here is what we call a cyclic analysis. It's basically statistics on the flow data. For every single day, we'll do a statistic on those flow value and look at the minimum, the maximum. The minimum here is shown by the red curve. The maximum is shown by the blue curve. And then we produce other statistics, like the 10 percentile, the 50 percentile. But without spending too much time on this, I just want you to focus on the red, the green, and the blue. The red showing that at any given day, we may have that structure closed if we don't have rain coming our way, especially during the dry season. And then in the wet season, on average, which is the green line here, we may open the structure and pass few hundred CFS. But if we do get those big storm, we have no choice but to open those structure a lot wider, sometimes fully open, and pass significant flow to tide. And those result in discharges in this 1,000 CFS range in this particular structure, up to 1,700. Some of them can go a lot higher than that. Again, just showing the type of operation that can happen in this structure. The next one is S26. This structure is located just north of Miami International Airports. Again, I have the map here showing where it's located at. This particular structure does have what we call a forward pump next to it. And that really is something that really helped us a great deal these days with sea level rise and other challenges. The way that this forward pump came about, it was not part of the original C&SF system. What happened is after Tropical Storm Irene in 1999 and the no-name storm of 2000, the governor of Florida, I believe it was Jeb Bush at that time, established a flood mitigation task force that was led by the South Florida Water Management District. And that task force came up with some recommendation as far as how to do flood mitigation. And one of the things we were able to achieve through that task force was to apply for a FEMA grant through their hazard mitigation program. And we were able to secure about, I think it was a $42 million project to essentially build two forward pump, one at this particular structure, S26, which you see the picture of, and another one at S25B, just south of this location near the airport again, and then build a 4,000 acre-feet detention area. And this particular project provide improved flood mitigation to about 500,000 residents and up to 5,000 homes. So it's a very successful project. It helped us a great deal. We wish we could do more at other structure like we did at this two particular one. Incidentally, this pump is about 600 CFS, which is about, we're moving about 4,500 gallons a second. So we are able to push a lot of water, but it's still not as much as what the gravity structure can push. The spillway can push about 2,500, 3,000 CFS, but still it's a great help. These days, we use this forward pump every time the tide is high, and then we're not able to use the gravity structure. But anyway, on here, I'm showing the ranges for this particular structure. And then again, you can see the flows are predominantly low during dry season. In wet season, we may push a few hundred CFS. And again, when we get a big event, you can go up to 2,000 CFS as shown by the blue curve there. S21A, that's moving further south down here near Biscayne National Park, just north of it. I have a picture of the structure here, and the ranges are shown. Low, high. Again, for low, that's during flood control operation, wet condition. For high, is during water supply operation and dry condition. Again, we see a similar type of pattern. At any given day, we may have that structure fully shot. But if we do get some rain, we would go ahead and open it, crack it open a little bit. On average, it's not really a whole lot of flow, but those high events will bring in a lot of flow at this particular structure, 2,400 CFS. S20F, so last one, not to bore you too much with hydrographs. That's right at Biscayne National Park entrance. If you go to the park, you may actually see the structure as you get into the park itself. It's a picture of it. The ranges are shown here for wet condition and high condition. Again, for low flows, most of the time the structure could be closed during dry season, and wet season would crack it open, responding to rain event. High discharges can be up to 3,500 CFS at this particular location. On this table, I'm just summarizing all the structure that discharge into Biscayne Bay. I think Jackie asked about the name of the canals and structure. You can see some of those here. Miami River, for example, now is C6. The names here are basically the historic name. And then the nomenclature here is the C&SF canal name, and it's a structure. You have Snapper Creek is C2, Black Creek is C1, Cutler Drain is C100, and you have a corresponding structure. And here I'm listing the ranges for high and low. As I mentioned, high is primarily for water supply, fighting saltwater intrusion. Flood control is to provide drainage. What I wanted to point out on this table is just how narrow these ranges are and how close they are actually to sea level, because these are in NGVD, and NGVD is very close to sea level itself. So when you are at 1 foot NGVD, you are basically 1 foot above sea level. And during a tidal fluctuation, your tide could fluctuate easily between 1.5 to 2 feet between the low tide and high tide. So this structure, when we get into high tide or even moderate tide and it's raining, even if there's no wind, a few hours in the day, we are actually forced to close the gate and wait till the tide subside and then go ahead and open the gate. So the ranges are really tight, and also the stages are not really high. They are just barely above sea level. So low tide ranges become low ranges become very, very hard to maintain. And this can be affected by just your regular moon gravitational tide. It could also be just 20 miles per hour wind coming from the coast. Of course, sea level rise also come into play. Storm surges, it's a whole different ball game when we have a high storm surge coming. Time we just have no choice but to fully close the gate during that event. The last thing I want to talk about this structure is a special operation we do at this structure. This is an operation that's been happening for decades. It was actually codified by a governing board resolution dating back to November 1981, but it used to be done even before that resolution that our governing board passed in those days. And this operation is essentially operations that are meant to help the farmer in this area to drain the field and lower the canal system in the fall starting around October 15. And the intent is to, again, provide them some drainage so they can get onto the field and do their planting. And we also have to do that when they're doing harvesting. And this is primarily for winter vegetable that have a niche market. And those are structure are basically along two canals, C103 Maury Canal, and then C102 on Princeton Canal at structure S21 and S20F and S179. How this is implemented, typically our field station will go ahead and conduct regular site visit and assess field condition, identify the hydrological condition, and then look at cultivation, planting activity, a lot of coordination with the local farmer, and recommend appropriate action. And our water control operation manager will analyze the weather condition, tide, and water elevation, and direct operational changes as necessary. This year, we actually had to do it a little bit earlier than October because it's been so wet. We were already in low range by the time we got to October 15. But based on field condition, I think we did it starting around September or so, mid-September, as opposed to mid-October, because it was not really ag drawdown at that time. It was just your regular low range in response to rainfall. But by the time we got into October, it was already we were already in that low range, and so we just stayed on that. And C102, these are the ranges the structure were put at. In C103 at S20F, similarly, it was put in this range. Structure is to be closed at 1 and then open at 1.4. That's 179, which is a little bit upstream of S20F. Those ranges are a little bit higher. And that's my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any question you may have on my slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ansar. Are there any questions? I see some hands up, but I think they're from before. If any governing board member has a question, please go ahead and ask.
Hi, it's Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ansar, thank you. You may not be the right person to ask this question to, but it is based on your presentation, and I'd like to ask it. So very interestingly, we look at all of those structures that weave through that part of South Florida, and we know that most of them were little creeks or rivers or the transverse glades. Just like up where I live, you have the C23, the C24, those were little creeks too. And they dug those out and made them canals. So like I can see the C23 and C24 up where I live in Martin County, St. Lucie County, those are considered quote unquote works of the district. Are your canals that you're talking about today, are those also considered and fall within the legal purview of works of the district?
As best as I can tell, yes. I believe any C&SF structure that was turned over to the district become work of the district. Again, I'll have to confirm that with our lawyers and someone who's maybe more knowledgeable, but as best as I can tell, any C&SF structure that got turned over to us become work of the district. Maybe John Mitnick may chime in. I'm not sure if he's listening, but that's my understanding.
Okay, let's assume that you're correct. Like in the second slide, I think it was either the Princeton Canal or the Miami Canal, you could see like a condominium or something very close by. So obviously there are, there's residential and commercial and agricultural buildings or interests that are along these canals that were once little rivers or whatever. So how do we check the water quality coming off of those lands? Were those permitted, 40 years ago? And so everything's kind of grandfathered in, or how do we ensure that these places aren't dumping a ton of fertilizer around their condominium? Or I know the farmers at least are required to, or supposed to use best management practices, but how do we ensure that the water coming through our canals, our works of the district, is as clean as possible? And I would also at a different time ask the same of C23 and C24 where I live. I think at some point we're going to have to be really strict about this. What do you think?
Mr. Lipich, this is Lawrence again, and you're doing a great job of asking questions that are coming in the next presentation. And the water quality aspect that we're about to go through, Christian Avila from the district, as well as Lee Hefty from Miami-Dade Durham, are going to go through a history of water quality sampling and monitoring that has been going on, that we used to do in conjunction, but is done primarily by Miami-Dade County now. But that's going to be presented in the next series.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to do that. It's just sometimes, it makes sense to talk about things comprehensively, but I do understand, and I apologize. I'm not trying to do that. Thanks.
Oh, it's not an issue at all. It's just you're one step ahead of the game and you're thinking forward. So it's a really good segue into going into the next section, but after the other questions are answered, of course.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Mr. Bergeron, did you have a question?
Yeah, briefly.
Go ahead.
With Everglades restoration, and I know there's plans for reservoirs out west along Everglades National Park to store water and be able to feed water compatible with the environment for Biscayne Bay. When all that comes online, we should be able to have the proper quantity of water and be able to pre-treat. I think the basins there'll have to be some kind of a pre-treatment in the future with projects. But the water coming out of the Everglades, it's provided to the quantity of water necessary for Biscayne Bay to have proper salinity levels, I think is the importance of the future to be able to, even if the water is clean, the quantity of water greater than natural is damaging it as well. So I think that's the future as we go forward here. And great presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I've got one quick question. We were talking about the S26 structure, and you said that we have a pump there that was paid for, I think, by FEMA after the no-name storm. Do we have plans for other pumps, particularly as we're looking at sea level rise and our response to resiliency? Is that something that is that our way out of it?
Yes, it's certainly one possible way. I know we are applying for, I believe it's a FEMA grant. I think the executive director will talk about it in his report tomorrow on that. So I know there is effort to apply for a grant to see if we can do something similar, some other structure. But broadly speaking, we have what's called the flood protection level of service project that's housed in our bureau under the leadership of our bureau chief, Kim Oshina. And that project is essentially looking at areas where we have limitation as far as sea level rise and also just regular canal conveyance limitation. And forward pumping is certainly part of the discussion. Is it the ultimate solution? I think it's too early to say that till we finish studying those basins. But the experience has shown at this particular canal that it's certainly very helpful. I think in the short term, forward pumps of that size can certainly help a lot. But at some point in the future, as sea level keep rising, if 600 CFS pump will not cut it, you will need to have a bigger pump and possibly do some improvement to the canal system itself and possibly some inland storage. Those are all suite of solutions we are looking at as part of this flood protection level of service project.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say it again tomorrow because it's in my report. But yeah, we submitted 2 grant applications, one for the C7 canal that has the S27 structure for $66 million, and one for the C9 canal, which has the S29 structure for $64 million. Both of those are both doing internal flood mitigation work and also retrofitting those downstream gates with pumps to deal with sea level rise and king tides, which certainly something we were dealing with during Tropical Storm Ada, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ansar, for that presentation. It helps us understand exactly what we're dealing with there.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, the next group of presentations is going to be on water quality at Biscayne Bay, and this is really great. We have a district perspective, we have a Miami-Dade Durham perspective, and we have perspective from Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So this is a pretty beefy section of the workshop today. I anticipate a lot of really good discussion will come from it, and we're going to lead off with Christian Avila. Sorry, Christian. Thank you.
Hi, Christian. If you could unmute your mic, please.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Good afternoon, Chairman and Board and panel members. It's good to be talking to you all today. My name is Christian Avila, and I'm from the Water Quality Bureau, and I'll be presenting on the water quality of the Biscayne Bay watershed.
Hi, Christian. If you want to just, there.
Okay, thank you. All right, just getting the hang of this. Okay. All right, just to give you an overview of what we'll be discussing, I'm going to start off with a timeline of the management framework for improving water quality in Biscayne Bay, and then go through a brief run through the ecological events and just highlight a few of the things that Anna showed in her presentation. And from that, that'll give us a segue into the water quality in the bay, and it'll relate back to the spatial patterns and trends that we see in terms of the water quality. And then from there, we'll move to the regional water deliveries and what water quality looks like coming into the headwaters of the Biscayne Bay watershed. Okay, so taking a look at the timeline and highlighting some of the key mandates that have been implemented to improve water quality in the Bay. And we'll start off with, in a span of relevant time of the mid-'80s to late '80s, with the Surface Water Improvement and Management Act, which is also known as the SWIM program. And from that, the district published, and this culminated in a publication from the district in 1995 that had findings and recommendations. And then moving on from that, we see that in 2000, under the EPA delegated National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, the state enacted the permit requirement for the municipal separate storm sewer systems, also known as MS4s. And under those permit requirements, we get the water quality monitoring program that is approved by DEP, and the assessment requirements that are guiding the stormwater assessments and the program itself. So from those two programs, that's where we see the monitoring and the implementation of the criteria for assessing conditions in the watershed. And an important feature of that was implemented in 2011. We have the estuary-specific numeric nutrient criteria, and the state developed these for water bodies and estuaries all throughout the state. And it was taking what is known as the narrative criteria, which is such that to prevent nutrients from causing an imbalance in flora and fauna, and then identify what were the specific nutrient conditions that needed to be maintained in knowing that each of the estuaries and water bodies have different background conditions. So identifying what those thresholds were and then putting those numbers into place for each of the estuaries and water bodies throughout the state. And then moving on to most recently, we know we have the Biscayne Bay Task Force that's worked hard over the last year and has published its findings and its report and recommendations in 2020. And that's what Lee Hefty is going to go over in the following presentation. So again, looking at this rough 40-year time span, Durham began monitoring in the late 70s, and we see for a long period of time relative stability, and we don't see some of the major events that start to increase in frequency later in the period. Towards the last 15 years, we have in the late 90s, we have a seagrass die-off, and again, though, relative stability through 2005. And then we start to see a chain of events, although somewhat related, but somewhat different. The Hurricane Katrina bloom and seagrass die-off in the southern basins, Manti Bay and Barnes Sound, the Anadyomene bloom that happened in the north central region, the seagrass die-off that Anna showed in detail in the Julia Tuttle Basin. And then in those same regions of the North Bay, the fish kill that happened earlier this year. And then just recapping those, that's the seagrass die-off in the late 90s, the Manti Bay, Barnes Sound, Southern Basin bloom and seagrass die-off, the Anadyomene bloom in the north central inshore region. That's the Diatom bloom that occurred in 2013, the seagrass die-off that occurred in Julia Tuttle, and then collectively, these have added up to some significant losses in these specific regions. And just to call out, again, these same regions, the North Biscayne Bay, the North Central Inshore region, and the Manatee Bay Barren Sound region are areas that we're going to highlight because those are some of the same areas that are seeing some of the issues that are present in the water quality data as well. Now moving on to water quality in the bay. And going back to the estuarine specific numeric nutrient criteria. Again, these come from the narrative interpretation of the idea of preventing imbalance in flora and fauna. And they were developed specifically for water bodies and estuaries throughout the state. And they're used by the MS4 program to assess conditions and the efficacy of the program. And these are assessed on it by taking an annual geometric mean for each of these 9 regions. And that limit of the estuarine criteria is not to be exceeded more than once in a 3-year period. Now, if I could call your attention over to the table on the upper left-hand side, we can actually learn a lot about the conditions in Biscayne Bay by looking at these numbers. And looking at total phosphorus, which is the column on the left, the first column, we see that the North Biscayne Bay regions have some of the highest background total phosphorus or criterion in the bay, and that's still very low from what we're typically used to seeing throughout many of the watersheds that we're accustomed to reviewing. We're looking at 10 parts per billion and 12 parts per billion in the 2 northern regions, and then from there we have all through the central and southern regions. We're at 8 to as low as 6 parts per billion total phosphorus. Extremely low. And chlorophyll also follows the same pattern. We're at less than 2 parts per billion at the maximum, 1.7 in the North Bay and 1.1 in the southern part of the North Bay. And then from there, we're at half a part per billion, basically, with one exception, or less throughout Biscayne Bay. This is an oligotrophic estuary, which is what marine and estuarine scientists is the term used for very low nutrient systems. So we see that here in the criteria, and we see that in the total nitrogen criteria as well. Very, very low numbers. So it's very sensitive to nutrient inputs. Now moving on to, and borrowing from Miami-Dade County's MS4 reports, and great scientists go out and collect all this data, and they publish this report every year and submit it to the state. And taking a look at chlorophyll on which is the map on the furthest left, and across the 9 regions, we see that the red is indicating that it is not attaining the criteria. And if I could point to the table on the lower right, without going into the specific numbers, we see that many of the years are not attaining the standards. And anytime you exceed more than once in a 3-year period, that's tripping and exceeding the criteria. And so we see that throughout the bay, throughout the 9 regions, and throughout this 5-year period of time, we see that it's not attaining the standards. Total phosphorus, however, is. That's the graphic in the middle and the table on the upper right. Total nitrogen, however, we're seeing something different there. We're seeing the North Bay, some of the 2 north central inshore regions and offshore regions, and the Manatee Bay Barren Sound region, which does coincide with some of those regions we were highlighting earlier that have had seagrass losses. those are not attaining the standards for total nitrogen. And the table of what that looks like in terms of years of exceedances is this central table. Now to take a step back and look at the bigger picture for chlorophyll over time, this is an important parameter in terms of water quality. We're going to borrow from NOAA's presentation to the Biscayne Bay Task Force earlier this year. That was presented by Chris Kebbel, and from a publication done by Nicole Millett et al. And what they did is they took a long period of data going back to the mid-90s and separated up into three major groupings, basically the collection of a couple of few of the regions in the bay, the north, central, and southern. And what you see here is very obvious. It's trending high. Chlorophyll is trending higher in all three of the regions. And what's notable in this trend as well is that there's a general condition that your minimum values are higher over time, as well as some of these peak values towards the latter part of the period. And that's part of what goes back to how we've arrived at a place where the criteria are not being met. Now to take a look at what that looks like in terms of some of the events, and and to take just a couple of specific points from within that long time frame. We see here that to borrow a slide from Henry Bersinio from FIU that also presented to the Biscayne Bay Task Force, highlighting some of the regions of the bay. We have this Barn Sound, Manti Bay, Card Sound region, and then we have the north central inshore region that have experienced seagrass losses. And what we're seeing here is a connection with some of the acute events and the chlorophyll A water quality data. So that the same north central inshore region in 2005 experienced moderate to high chlorophyll, and in 2013. And then Barn Sound and the Manti Bay region in 2005 experienced high chlorophyll. And that bloom actually lasted for a couple of years. And then in 2013, again, the same areas. So we're seeing some similarities here in the areas that lost seagrass and where we're seeing the high chlorophyll. So there's some spatial connections between the changes that are experienced in the ecology and what we're seeing in the water quality data. Now to dive into this, Anna did present it earlier. Again, this comes from NOAA and what they presented to the Biscayne Bay Task Force and publication that they put out. And it has two parts here, and I want to take some time to get everybody oriented with this. On the left are spatial concentration, and on the right is change over time. So those are spatial trends. So this gives us a lay of the land, so to speak, what's going on across the watershed. And so in the upper left, we have the chlorophyll concentrations, and we see the highest chlorophyll concentrations in North Biscayne Bay and moving down to the north central inshore region. There's a notable area in the central inshore region here. And then we see down in Manti Bay and Barn Sound, once again, we're seeing high concentrations there. Now moving on to the nutrient picture and how that relates. And we're going to look, and what they did specifically was look at some of the dissolved inorganic nutrients, what we've come to know as the unwrapped candy. And to start off with, we've got ammonia up here, and we do see some moderate concentrations in the north part and this north central part of the region, and then notably in this south central inshore region, there's some high concentrations there, and that extends down and reaches down to this part of the south central inshore. Now moving on to the nitrite fraction of the unwrapped candy, and that's what we also like to call NOx, and we see that pretty low throughout most of Biscayne Bay, including the north region, but in the south central inshore region, we see that it's actually on the high end of the scale that was produced by NOAA. And then moving on to orthophosphorus, we see that on their scale, they have that at a moderate level throughout North Biscayne Bay and extending through the nearshore region, with notably higher concentrations in up towards the north central inshore and the south central inshore and Manatee Bay and Barnes Sound. And that's particularly of concern because phosphorus, as we know, is background and criteria is very low in Biscayne Bay, and it's going to be particularly sensitive to the unwrapped candy portion, the dissolved inorganic portion. And how is that changing? How are these things changing over time? So moving on to chlorophyll, we see a lot of the areas that are experiencing increases match up with the areas that are actually high in concentrations. So the areas with moderate to high concentrations are some of those that are experiencing the greater rates of change for chlorophyll. And that pattern is more or less repeated with ammonia as well. This part of the region in the south central inshore is experiencing the greatest rate of change, and nitrite is experiencing increases in the area with the high to moderate concentrations. Now, orthophosphorus, however, some of that has a different pattern from where it's high. So some of the rates of change seem to be highest actually in this south north Bay region, and then into the south central inshore region. That does kind of match up with one of the high spots, but the rate of change is not so high down through this part where it does have a higher concentration. But out in the rest of the bay, we are seeing a rate of change there. And again, orthophosphorus is going to be a particular concern because of the sensitivity that Biscayne Bay naturally has to phosphorus. Now we're going to move on, that we've kind of given a lot of information here on the patterns of nutrients and how chlorophyll has changed over time in the bay, and move on to how water is getting to the bay. And we're going to start with the regional water deliveries to the headwaters of the Biscayne Bay watershed. And so we'll start in the one of the most northern parts of that watershed, and take a look at taking up a step higher in the Miami, a step further upstream in the Miami Canal to the S-151 and S-31. And we're going to look at different time periods. That's what's on the x-axis here, just to get everybody oriented. We're looking at 5-year time slots to give us a sense of change over time. And then we have our concentrations on our y-axis, and we have total phosphorus, total nitrogen, and then part of the unwrapped candy for nitrogen, your NOx, your nitrate, nitrite. And we have S-151 on the left and S-31 on the right. So just getting everybody oriented, and as we shift into this type of graphic. And what we see here, though, in terms of total phosphorus, are low concentrations. We're at median values of 13 to 10 at S-151 and 11 to 9 at S31, and the spread of data is not too high. Earlier on at S151, there was a 90% confidence interval high of 27 parts per billion, and then later on we're seeing 16 and 17, and then we see a low of 8. So we're in a good range there, very low range for total phosphorus coming into the system. And S31, we even see lower values there. Total nitrogen, very similar. These are very low concentrations for the regional system and are indicative of the type of total nitrogen that you have coming out of the conservation areas and the wetlands. And this is some of the lowest in the regional system. And it's not changing very much over time. If anything, at both S151 and S31, we do see decreases over the span of time. And nicely enough, when we consider the scale here, and we look at the dissolved inorganic fraction, the dissolved inorganic fraction, the NOx here, is at a very low percentage. We're at much less than, we're at about 1/10 of a milligram per liter in S151, and we're lower than that at S31. So the part of the nutrient fraction that's going to be very sensitive is a small percentage of the total nitrogen. Now moving down south from the Miami River and taking a north to south view of the L31, moving from S334 all the way down to S197. That's how these graphs are basically laid out in a transective distance. And then each graph is representing a time period to give us a sense of change over time. So we're assessing change over distance and change over time here. And we're going to start off with total phosphorus. And keeping in mind that this L31 north is tied into and is delivering water to the headwaters of the canals that ultimately discharge to central and southern Biscayne Bay. So starting from S334 and moving down to S197, we're at median values of 11 to 10 parts per billion phosphorus on the high end at S334. And then at the terminus, we see attenuation moving all the way down and to where we reach median values of 5 to 4 parts per billion. That's very good water quality in terms of phosphorus being delivered to the headwaters of these canals. And moving across, we do see consistency from the 2005 period, the 2010 to 2014 period, and the latest 2015 to 2019 period. Now we're going to take a look, the same thing for total nitrogen. And again, what we're seeing here is consistency in trend across. If anything, we see maybe a little bit lower at some parts in the latter part of the period, but generally we're seeing the same range, total nitrogen. We're seeing the same pattern of attenuation as you move from north to south, and these are low total nitrogen conditions being delivered to the headwaters of the central and south canals of the Biscayne Bay watershed. And we wanted to take a closer look at the dissolved inorganic fraction. And here we see something a little bit different. We are on the low range, considering that total nitrogen overall is low in these canals, in the L31N canal. But as we move south, interestingly enough, we do pick up some increase in the nitrite, the NOx. This is indicative of some input from this part of the watershed and the type of land use that this canal passes through in the watershed. And it does change a little bit over time. But I think we've settled out right here in the latter two periods where 18C is picking up some of the higher values, although on the low end, in consideration of the total nitrogen and the overall values. But we are seeing that input and that change spatially through the L31 and in the southern part. And just to further break that down, we have that entire time period, the 2005 through 2019 for NOx here. And we wanted to also present ammonia. So we get one of the other parts of the dissolved inorganic, the unwrapped candy, so to speak, again. And we see here, again, that pattern where we pick up the NOx and with a peak at 18C, but we see a different pattern with ammonia. And we see that high peak, although again, in the scale, this is a moderate to low value, I would say, but we do see that peak in that input from this part of the watershed, and then it attenuates as you move away from the S331173. So we are seeing different inputs, and these are going to tie back to the land use and what's going on adjacent in the watershed. And that concludes what I have for the water deliveries. And I can give you some summary points. I think overall, what we're seeing are this chlorophyll A and total nitrogen are not attaining the criteria that were developed to maintain a balance of flora and fauna. And we're seeing changes over time. There's certainly increasing trends in chlorophyll and nutrients. The spatial pattern of where chlorophyll is high and nutrients are moderately high, and some of those changes are taking place, does relate to some of the areas that have undergone changes in their seagrass community and losses of their seagrass community. And that also relates to some of the acute events that we've seen where blooms are particularly pronounced. There are different types of nitrogen and patterns of those nutrients throughout the watershed, and that can give some indication as to the types of sources and how that relates to the different land uses, and that further relates to what we see pulsing out into the bay or in different patterns along the near shore region. And a good thing, though, is when we consider the deliveries to the watershed, those are coming in at low phosphorus and low nitrogen levels. And over the series of management initiatives that have put together summaries and reports and spent extensive amounts of time reviewing information from the 1995 swim report to the recent Biscayne Bay Task Force, they've all recommended reducing nutrient inputs to the bay. And I hope that sets things up nicely for Lee Hefty, who's going to follow me. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Any board members? Mr. Olipich, your hand's up.
Thank you. Mr. Avila, thank you. If you're looking at
Thank you, Mr. Olipich.
Oh, thanks. If you're looking at page 13 or one close to that. Are we just measuring quote unquote deliveries?
Well, that is the concentration. So what I don't have tied to here is volumes. There is a complex intersection of structures at S31, but the monitoring is taking place for both flow and non-flow events. So we could take a further look at loads to get a little bit more in depth. But this is what we were able to put together quickly to give us some ideas and for part of this conversation that we're having. And I think that's answers the question. Let me know if I missed the mark on that.
No, you didn't miss the mark, but just to make sure that I'm communicating properly with the word deliveries, which is what I wrote down, what you said. So like if we're looking at this visual and see where it says S151 or S31, there's a red dot.
Yes.
So those are very close to the water conservation areas where the water's really clean. So I was just wondering like what the water's like if we went further down into, for instance, more southeast along the Miami Canal where there's a lot of development. You know, does their water go into the canals too?
Yeah, so there are a couple of structures in between there, and that is all monitoring that's done by Miami-Dade County, and that's going to be part of what Lee Hefty is going to present in his upcoming presentation.
Okay, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Very good.
You're welcome.
And water quality is where the rubber hits the road. So important. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to follow you on the L31 North. You basically, the quality of water seems to be very good. And then you mentioned as you go farther south, that it's still good, but it's not as good. What would be, can you explain that?
So what we see there, and what is a general attenuation of the total phosphorus and total nitrogen. But in that last series of slides with the nitrate, nitrite, and the ammonia, we do see that the L31 canal does pick up influence from the adjacent watershed, and I don't have control, but if we can move down to the next to last slide, right there, slide 17. I think that gives us an idea there of some of the types of inputs from, as you can see, S331173 does have an influence of ammonia that seems to center around that monitoring location. And then 18C picks up the nitrate, nitrite peak further down to the south. And those are indicative of different types of land use, Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah, the primary land use in that area is agriculture.
In the southern part, and I think you're dealing with a mix of urban, suburban, and ag around the upper to middle part, the S33173 area. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, but the good thing here is that what's coming out of the western flowway, bordering the Central Everglades and Everglades National Park, and we've got great quality of water. A lot of this water is being pre-treated in our STAs, and and there's a slight change as we get influence into some of the basins as we are going east into Biscayne Bay.
Yes, that's correct. I couldn't have said that better myself. That's a great summary. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. I'm not seeing any more questions from governing board. Thanks, Mr. Avella.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, fantastic. That was some great discussion. And now we'll move on to Lee Hefty, and he's going to be able to provide you some really good information on how Miami-Dade Derm interacts in this area and what they do, what their projects are, and how they are looking at water quality. So, Mr. Hefty, it's to you.
Thank you, Lawrence, and thank you to the governing board for allowing me to present today. My name is Lee Hefty, Director of Miami-Dade County's Division of Environmental Resources Management. And part of my presentation is titled A Partnership for Biscayne Bay, because I think we're at a place in time where that's truly what is needed for us to address the concerns that we're seeing with Biscayne Bay. The presentations so far have been very interesting and very informative. I think Chris did an excellent job, and Anna did a fantastic job to kind of talk about the history of the watershed and how much it's been altered over time. And it's all of those alterations with all of the development on the land that has made it very difficult to manage water to prevent flooding, but also to manage it in a way that minimizes impacts to the water resources in South Florida. I'm trying to advance the slide here.
If you want to just click in your screen.
I did. There we go. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, I'm the director of Miami-Dade Derm, and we're the local government regulatory agency responsible for protecting air, water, and soil resources in the county. And our approach to water resources protection includes environmental regulation, natural resource monitoring, water management and flood control, and conservation restoration. On the regulatory side of things, which is how most people know DERM, they think of us as the regulators. We review development permits, we regulate the water and sewer utilities, we have regulations for well field protection, we issue permits for resource impacts, wetlands, any kind of dredge and fill work in tidal waters of Biscayne Bay. And we also regulate facilities that have a potential for impacting the water resources of the county. On the natural resources monitoring front, it's something that we're less known for by your average citizen, but certainly known for with the agencies that we collaborate with, the district being one of the principal agencies we collaborate with. But on water resource protection, we manage a groundwater well field monitoring program for our drinking water wells. Your average citizen, if you ask them where their water comes from, most of them will tell you it comes from the faucet, and they don't realize where it really comes from. And so a lot of the regulations that we have and the work that we do is protecting the water resources in the ground, because it's the groundwater that moves into the canals and into Biscayne Bay. So we operate sentinel monitoring wells for our well field protection, and we also operate an ambient groundwater monitoring program to understand the general trends in groundwater quality. You heard mentioned today, sorry, trying to advance again. It's taking a moment. You heard mention of the county's water quality program. This is, let's go back. There we go. The county's surface water quality monitoring program, Chris mentioned it. We've been managing this surface water quality monitoring program for more than 40 years. It's monthly sampling throughout the entire watershed. So we collect samples that are on the western portion of the county, through the urbanized watershed, at the mouths of the canals, entering Biscayne Bay and out into Biscayne Bay. And we call this program the Bay Run, but it covers the entire watershed. Again, it's very useful data. It's public information. It's used by the county. It's part of our MS4 reporting. It's also shared with anybody who asks it, because we're a public entity. So it's freely available to everyone, and it's a pretty good data record for surface water monitoring in Dade County. And just as a point of disclosure, that picture on the bottom is a much younger Lee Hefty, about 25 years ago, collecting samples at one of the canals as part of our water quality monitoring program. I think Anna had also mentioned, I'm changing slides here again, there we go. Anna had mentioned our benthic habitat or bay bottom monitoring program. We've been doing that since the 80s. We have fixed locations and stratified random sampling places throughout Biscayne Bay that we monitor for seagrass cover and abundance. That's also very useful in helping us understand the bay's ecology and what may be happening over the long term in terms of trends. The other thing I mentioned is water management and flood control. So Dade County operates the secondary canal system. So in many respects, we have much in common with the Water Management District, obviously on a much smaller scale. But Durham, and in coordination with the county's public works departments, we manage the secondary canal system. We own and operate water management structures. We construct, maintain, repair the canals, and we also construct drainage features. Another main component of the work that we do for water resource protection is our Bay Restoration and Enhancement Program. This came out of Biscayne Bay Management Plan that was released in the early 1980s. And a lot of the work that the county has done to protect Biscayne Bay involves actually physically improving habitat in and around Biscayne Bay. So in nearly the last 40 years, we've constructed 100 acres of wetlands. We've improved shorelines, stabilized many miles of shorelines, constructed mangrove planters, recreated wetlands all along the shoreline. And we've done this in partnership with many other agencies, including the Water Management District. And again, I think in the end, you'll hear from me that partnering is probably the most important thing we can look to do going forward in terms of what Biscayne Bay needs. Some of the work that we've done for bay restoration includes significant projects at some of the state parks. We've done work out at Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park, where for anyone who's been down here remembers in the past that area was full of Australian pines, and it was Hurricane Andrew that knocked them all down and gave us an opportunity to go in and create a coastal wetland habitat with tidal creeks and very impressive restoration area that provides habitat and also provides recreational opportunities. We've done similar work at Oleta River State Park, where we've taken an area that was formerly full of exotics. It was impacted through dredge and fill operations. We've recreated tidal creeks and improved habitat there. And the advantage of building this kind of habitat is also helpful for water quality, because the natural shorelines help process nutrients. They help deal with water that's coming off the landscape and the watershed. And putting the water through these natural areas is a way to help improve water quality before water gets out into the watershed. There's an example of not only habitat, but also provides recreational opportunities for the citizens of the county. And some of the work that we've done in Biscayne Bay includes improving the spoil islands. The spoil islands were created as part of the construction of the Intercoastal Waterway. These areas were improved, enhanced, the exotic vegetation is removed. We create living shorelines, mangrove planters, and wetlands on these islands. Again, also a dual purpose. Stabilizing the shorelines helps improve water quality in Biscayne Bay because it keeps the islands from eroding and creating turbidity. And by creating habitat, you're also giving an opportunity for water quality improvement. And it's also a recreational opportunity for people visiting or living in Dade County. We also operate an artificial reef program since the 1980s, where we put material of opportunities, lime rock boulders. We put them both inshore and we put them in the offshore areas. So in the offshore areas, they're significant diving opportunities. Inshore, it helps improve habitat structure for fish resources. So we have several artificial reef sites within the county, both inshore and offshore. One of our significant partnerships that we have, especially with the Water Management District, is our Environmentally Endangered Lands Program. It's a conservation lands program that was approved by the voters of Miami-Dade County in 1990, the early 90s. It generated nearly $90 million for conservation land acquisition and preservation. And this is a highly successful partnership that we've had with multiple state and agencies, and the Water Management District in particular. We've got a memorandum of understanding working on joint land management in the southern part of the county. The next slide I'll show is not as exciting from the picture perspective, but it highlights a really important point. All of the bright green areas are publicly owned, and the bright green areas are either owned mostly by the South Florida Water Management District or by Miami-Dade County's EEL program. And what's really significant about owning these lands is when you own the lands, you can manage the water resources on them. This part of the county suffers from significant salt intrusion, and so by having ownership of the lands, we're able to manage water levels on the land for habitat and preservation purposes. And it's also significant because it helps prevent salt intrusion or minimize the salt intrusion in this area by managing water resources. So just kind of a quick summary of the way we collaborate with the Water Management District. We operate the secondary canal system, respond to flood complaints, and we also collaborate with the district on pre-storm drawdown operations. So our water management districts and flood control operations are directly correlated with the district. We also support the SERP Everglades restoration programs. The county has employees that staff SERP project delivery teams. The county has actually certified lands for use in SERP projects, which has been beneficial to the district and its work with the federal government on Everglades restoration. More recently, we've got a funding agreement where the county is providing funding to the district for a design update for the Biscayne Bay Cutler Flowway wetlands. I mentioned just a moment ago the conservation land management and the joint agreement between the county and the district on managing conservation lands in the southern end of the county. That's really critically important. And then we coordinate on water resource protection, very much like this workshop that we're at today, talking about water quality and the concerns with Biscayne Bay. And Chris and Anna did a really good job of highlighting some of the challenges that we're seeing with Biscayne Bay. Seagrass losses, algal blooms, evidence of nutrient loading, increasing chlorophyll concentrations, and more recently, this fish kill event. We also took a look at the fish kill event and we found similar evidence that the district concluded as well. It seems like in the end, it was a confluence of different things related to the quality of the water coming off the watershed, entering into a somewhat confined basin that is itself compromised because of the loss of seagrass and primary productivity that occurred over the last 8 years or so. This basin has become somewhat devoid of seagrass. One of the board members had asked the question, sort of what the water quality looks like through the watershed. So this is just an example for dissolved oxygen. And I had mentioned that we do monitoring in the western part of the county. So LR10 is a station way out west. LR08 is a station sort of inside the urbanized areas, and it gets increasingly more urbanized. LR05, 06, 01, and then out into Biscayne Bay. So if you look at the plot on the bottom right, what it shows is dissolved oxygen through this transect that runs from the western part of the county all the way out to Biscayne Bay, and what it looks like in Biscayne Bay. And what's interesting to look at is the blue line is the data for May. This sampling event occurred prior to the onset of the summer rainy season. May was the early part of May. We hadn't quite had the rains yet. We got some significant rains in the latter part of May, and the June sampling occurred, just several days after that significant rain event that occurred in May. And so you see the difference in the water quality from sort of the end of the dry season and the beginning of the wet season. And then ultimately what you see is in the month of August, this lighter color here, this lighter yellow color, the month of August, even out into Biscayne Bay, the dissolved oxygen levels was not able to recover from the inputs and whatever triggered the seems like depletion of oxygen in the basin in the Tuttle area. The next slide is a similar presentation for phosphorus. So if you look at the LR10 station, this would be the area that's sort of way out west before you get into the highly urbanized areas. And then you see a signature of what happens when you flow through an urbanized area. you're going to pick up water quality impacts from urban living. There's a number of things that we do as humans on the landscape that impacts water quality, and this is evidence that that's showing up in the water resources, and then it ends up, in Biscayne Bay as part of our flood protection to make sure that we're not flooding out. The next slide I'll show is I think you'd seen it in some of the district's presentations. We did have a lot of rain this year. We had a lot of discharge through the S27. This is the structure on Little River. And so the combination of all of the water that flowed and the water quality coming off an urbanized watershed, that's what we believe likely led to the fish kill that occurred this year. Fortunately, it was a somewhat discrete event. The concern is going to be that basin remains vulnerable. It doesn't have seagrass on the bottom. Seagrasses do a lot of things to improve water quality. They was mentioned, they stabilize sediments to keep turbidity down. They're also able to metabolize nutrients out of the water. So when they're not there, you don't have those ecosystem services. So the basin is going to continue to be vulnerable until we get the water right. You've heard that sentence over and over again over the years, and it's true in the urbanized watershed as well. We need to get the watershed right, the water right. So what is the Bay telling us? So despite all the programs I mentioned about Bay restoration efforts and trying to improve habitat, the Bay still needs more. We're not doing enough to protect Biscayne Bay. It seems like we need to shift focus from habitat specific and move more towards watershed specific concerns. Clearly, the watershed is having an impact on water quality, and the Bay resources are essentially a way of integrating an answer in what kind of water quality it's getting. So based upon those concerns, the county's Board of County Commissioners created a Biscayne Bay task force that met for more than a year, hearing presentations from agencies, community groups, academia on the challenges that Biscayne Bay is facing. And it culminated in a report back to the Board of County Commissioners on recommendations on what should happen going forward. And the task force report includes 3 overarching recommendations and 62 specific recommendations. The overarching recommendations were to establish an intergovernmental body to oversee the watershed. They titled it a Watershed Management Board. And it also called for the creation of a Chief Bay Officer position in the Office of the County Mayor to keep the issues regarding the health of Biscayne Bay in the forefront of the county elected officials' minds, and also for development of a watershed restoration plan and to implement the recommendations of the Biscayne Bay Task Force. The way the structure would work would be that the Chief Bay Officer would be an advisor to the Board of County Commissioners and the Office of the Mayor, and would work with the Biscayne Bay Watershed Management Board to develop a Biscayne Bay Watershed Restoration Plan that could be approved by the Board of County Commissioners and serve as a map towards restoring the water quality through the watershed and Biscayne Bay. And I had mentioned partnership early on, and this is where the partnership of the Water Management District is important. In the recommendations of the task force, the Watershed Management Board would include members of the Board of County Commissioner, members of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities. It also calls for a member from the Water Management District Governing Board. It was recommended it be a member who resides in Miami-Dade County. And then folks from state agencies, the DEP, Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Florida Inland Navigational District, and also the Department of Interior. The 62 specific recommendations, I'm not going to go through all of them, but they basically covered these broader policy themes: water quality, governance, infrastructure, watershed, habitat restoration, marine debris, education, outreach, and funding. So one of the specific recommendations was to form a closer relationship with the district through an MOU to make sure that we had technical collaboration on addressing issues related to nutrient impacts to the watershed. So that was one of the specific recommendations. And going forward, this kind of gets back to my main theme at the beginning. To address the issues with Biscayne Bay, we're going to need to work through a partnership that's going to include the county, the municipalities, community organizations, certainly the Water Management District, academia, all working together. And the plan would be for the Chief Bay Officer and the Watershed Management Board would promote this partnership among the different stakeholders, and then help to develop and implement the restoration plan. And as far as where we are today, the Board of County Commissioners, after receiving the recommendations from the Biscayne Bay Task Force, they asked the county to develop an implementation plan. The Chief Bay Officer position has already been approved in the county budget, and we're hoping to hear an appointment from the mayor perhaps any day now. At this point, we're hoping to get the Water Management District's participation on the Watershed Management Board and going forward to protect Biscayne Bay.
Thank you very much, Director Hefty. That was a great report, and it's really encouraging to see what's going on. And I can't volunteer my Miami-Dade partner, but I'm sure that the Vice Chair would be happy to serve if he has the time. Ms. Roman, or Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I've been really impressed with all of the presentations so far today, and I'm certainly learning a lot. And I have a question for Mr. Hefty. When you talk about this Biscayne Bay Watershed Management Board, how will you integrate, or will you integrate into this board the growth management considerations for land use and permitting and all of those things to make sure it fits with, the water protection that you hope to gain for Biscayne Bay?
So that's a detail that would get developed as part of the watershed restoration plan. I will tell you my professional opinion after having worked in Durham for 30 years. One of the challenges that we have is that as a population, we continue to grow as a population. It's not unique to Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County certainly has an extra trend, if you will, because people love living down here, and so we do have that. But just in general, worldwide, you see that the population continues to grow, and so we have to work harder on finding ways to minimize the impact that we have living on the watershed on natural resources. This includes looking at our infrastructure, our water and sewer infrastructure, the use of septic systems, our daily activities when it comes to landscape management and use of fertilizers. Everything that we do on the landscape has the potential to impact water resources. So as a society, we are going to have to think long and hard about our commitment to keeping the place that we live beautiful. It comes with a responsibility. So I'm hoping that those are things that get developed as part of the watershed restoration plan.
And that will be taken into consideration with the board making those recommendations. Is that what you're hopeful for?
That's what I'm hopeful for. I'm hoping that as part of the watershed restoration plan, those things are discussed. Because obviously we continue to live here. We're not moving away as a society. We live down here. We need to find ways to live here in a manner that protects the water resources.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, because keeping the pollution and the nutrients out of the water seems to me to be easier than cleaning it all up after it's been degraded and no longer functions as a natural system. And as we've pointed out with the previous presenters, different parts of the bay, whether it's central, the south, the north, there's different land uses in those areas that contribute. So I'm glad to hear that will be an aspect of that particular board. Thank you.
And if I could add, just to reaffirm your comment, the whole premise for the way my agency is organized in its regulations is geared towards trying to prevent the pollution to start with, because it is so much easier to prevent and cost effective than it is to clean up at the end. Now, the challenge is as we learn the impacts that we have on the natural systems, and I would argue that the reaction of the natural systems itself is changing. When you think about climate change and sea level rise, conditions in the natural system are different today than they were decades ago. And when you look at the history of Biscayne Bay and some of the early dredge and fill activities or removal of coastal wetlands, and we developed regulations to control that activity. The county had a wastewater system back in the 40s and 50s that would discharge directly to Biscayne Bay, and we had regulations that stopped that activity. So I think this is the time for us to look at the way we live on the land, look at the way we manage stormwater, the way the stormwater systems are designed, and everything that we do. And just to point out, I know there was a question earlier from Ms. Thurlow-Lipich regarding how to keep pollution out of the surface waters. The pollution not only moves across the land through the surface water pathway, but it can also move through the groundwater pathway. Mm-hmm. So everything that we do has the potential for finding its way into the surface waters of the bay, whether it's coming directly over land or through the groundwater pathway into the canals.
And I thought your quote kind of captured that, what you had at the beginning of your presentation. We live and work and raise our families and everything else over the water we drink, and that kind of captures it. And it seems to me that preventing that pollution by growth management policies and land development code changes could go a long way. Not that you're going to stop growth. That's not my intent, but the growth would be smart, and it would keep in mind the health of the natural resources and the water around us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Roman. Ms. Thurlow-Lipich.
Thank you, Chair Goss. Very interesting, Mr. Hefty, to hear you speak with Colonel Roman. It makes me very happy to hear that conversation, and that fertilizer, that is something I think is always an important place to start. And of course, that has to do with your county government, your commissioners making decisions. But I did want to ask you, I was fascinated that you said that you have so many secondary canals. And so like usually when I think of those terms, I think of like a 298. So but you're not a 298, obviously. So is there anyone else in the Central and South Florida plan that is like you, that has that many canals that you're overseeing? And that really does give you an opportunity to educate. Maybe we can learn how to do it from you. Is there anyone else like you?
So, that might be a better question for my colleagues at the district. I'm sure that there are other systems throughout the Water Management District where the municipalities or county governments are operating secondary canal systems. Obviously, we have a well-developed secondary canal system. We also operate a stormwater utility in the unincorporated areas of the county, although we manage the canal systems throughout the entire county in terms of the secondary canal system. But as part of our messaging to the members of our stormwater utility, we talk about water resource impacts, something as granular as pet waste. I didn't mention that earlier, but everything we do on the land has the potential for impacting resources. And I think we're at a point in time now where the system is so sensitive that nothing should be off the table for considering how we could change our behavior to protect the resources that we all came to live here for.
Well, that's really exciting. And I think that a lot of these things happen as trends, and Miami-Dade is so good at making trends and being cool and being, worldly and, a pathway to international business. And I think it's really exciting to hear you talk, because we need somebody to lead on such things. And I would love, I'm being very straight here, I used to think the district could kind of do that, but I've kind of learned that's not necessarily the case, that, you know, within the way our government is set up, and I should know this, it really is up to counties and cities to lead the way on such things. And so I look forward to meeting you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think what we're hoping as part of this watershed management board and this watershed restoration plan is to get a consensus among the municipalities, the community groups, the county government, and our water management district and state partners on how we solve the challenges for Biscayne Bay. You know, the state of Florida is working with the federal government, spending significant resources to restore the Everglades. And part of that includes restoration of Biscayne Bay. This northern portion of Biscayne Bay is sort of a different place. We don't have the same lands, undeveloped lands available for the typical Everglades restoration type projects, but we need to be thinking about the future of climate change and opportunities for creating more coastal wetlands to help improve water quality before it gets to the bay. At the same time, we're minimizing the input of pollutants throughout the watershed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopich. Ms. Meads?
Yes, so I mentioned something in my meeting, my board briefing yesterday with you, Drew. So in our first meeting, we delegated to our very capable executive director the responsibility to review and approve water permits. And now that we're 2 years in, I just wondered, Drew, what does that volume look like, and how many permits do you see and approve a year? Just a ballpark figure.
So there are certain ones that are sort of new. You're talking about environmental resource permits, Cheryl? The development permits, right? Can you hear me? I think that must be it.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was accidentally mute. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So I don't know what the full count is per year, but I generally see 1 or 2 per week that comes across my desk. Now there's a number of more minor modifications and minor permit things that I don't see as much of, but I think in every board packet, we do a permit processing count. So I don't know if Jennifer Smith is on, but
yes,
maybe she knows the greater number.
I was just trying to look that up, and I could probably get it pretty quickly, but we do include those numbers in each board packet for both ERP and water use. I'm going to see if I can run that down.
And the ERP delegation was actually done by the legislature. The development permits was actually done by the legislature.
I remember our first meeting that we delegated it to you.
So the consumptive,
it's an option, right? It's an option to either be the board or the executive director, correct?
I don't think so. I don't think with environmental resource permits. I don't know if Carolyn, if you're on. I think it's just that it's in state law.
Yeah, the ERP permits are delegated to the executive director exclusively.
By the state law, not by the board.
Okay.
But the consumptive use permits are delegated by the board.
Okay. So let's talk about the consumptive use permits then. And do you give us a list of those? And I have been missing it and not paying attention. If so, yes. I feel a little guilty because I feel really concerned now when I look at Biscayne Bay. I feel really concerned. Humans destroy every good thing that we are ever given because we don't seem to say no soon enough.
So the consumptive, yeah, you do get that every board meeting on consumptive use permits, and the consumptive use permits in Biscayne, in Miami-Dade and Broward are capped. So there's no new allocations of water. When we joined the water management district, there's no more new allocations of water from the Biscayne aquifer.
And I'm not a bit surprised about that.
Right.
Seems to me like there's too many already, but I'm not
Right.
surprised about that. I'm worried about the rest of the district. So I thank you for that information, Drew. I'll just pay closer attention.
No problem.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Bergeron?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and want to thank you for your presentation. Very informative, and it just it's all about we, the counties, South Florida Water Management, our federal partners, all of us together to continue to save our environment, which technically saves ourselves, and the quality of life for future generations, and the boating capital of the world and the fishing capital of the world. So it's an honor to listen to you today, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments.
I don't see any more comments from the governing board, so thanks very much, Director Hefty. We can keep plugging on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hefty. We are going to move forward now with our last presentation within the water quality kind of section, and this is going to be Julie Espy, and she's going to tell you how the Florida Department of Environmental Protection works in this area. So thank you, Ms. Espy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. We've had a lot of good presentations from all of the collaborating agencies. So I think this will be a good wrap up to the discussion that we just had. Many of you may have known our former director, Tom Frick, who moved to the St. Johns River Water Management District, and I became director in December of last year. So I appreciate getting to somewhat meet all of you, even though it is virtually. Our division, the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration, is responsible for the water quality restoration programs within DEP. So I'm going to kind of focus on, what we do as an agency with regard to water quality restoration. First, I will talk about, kind of our responsibilities in Florida, and some of you may be familiar with some of the terms that I'll use, but hopefully this will be a good refresher. How we do that is through a watershed management approach, and then talk about the different water quality restoration options. So under the Federal Clean Water Act, there is a section called Section 303D, and it requires each of the states to evaluate, assess their waters, their surface waters, and determine which of those waters attain the water quality standards that are set by both EPA and individual states. And every year we do that assessment and we submit to the EPA, to the Environmental Protection Agency, which waters are not attaining those standards and which standards they're not attaining, whether it be nutrients or bacteria or dissolved oxygen or whatever the parameter might be. And we update Florida's 303D list. The Florida legislature in 1999 basically established that the department must implement a TMDL water quality restoration program. So we have been doing that program for a little over 20 years now with some success, and we're meeting new challenges all the time as we see water quality changes throughout the state. Part of that act required that the department establish a methodology for assessing the waters, so that the waters we were going to determine do not attain standards, how we go about doing that. And that is our impaired waters rule. So I mentioned our watershed management approach, and these are all of the programs that are within my division. The first thing we do is we set those water quality standards, and we do that in a variety of ways. We review those water quality standards every few years in a process we call triennial review. So we are required to look at our standards on a regular basis per EPA. And we do that by either taking in public comment to consider new water quality standards. We also evaluate what EPA is doing. If they are developing new water quality standards, we consider those and evaluate whether those standards would be appropriate for Florida. And we also take public comment if there are concerns from the public and parameters or issues that they think that the department should be addressing. As part of this whole approach, you know, we then take those standards and kind of run them through this wheel. We're constantly monitoring. We have operations throughout the state of Florida in all of the regions from the Panhandle down into your area, where we have staff that implement monitoring plans every year. We evaluate those. Primarily what we're doing is collecting data to fill data gaps. We rely heavily on our water quality partners, especially in the area of Biscayne Bay. We rely on Miami-Dade and all the monitoring that Mr. Hefty referred to. We do use their data. We also look at data from the Water Management District and several other entities down in that area. All of that water quality data goes into a central repository here at the department, and we then use that data to perform those water quality assessments that I mentioned. We implement that impaired waters rule that tells us how many samples we should be looking at, you know, what's the confidence in that assessment, how should that assessment be done. All of those things are implemented in our assessment program. And then for those waters that are not attaining the water quality standards, we have to set restoration goals. And again, that's a requirement under EPA Section 303D, that not only do we assess the waters and determine those that do not attain standards, but we also set restoration goals, also known as TMDLs, or total maximum daily loads. And a TMDL is really that. It's a restoration goal. It sets the maximum amount of a pollutant that can be discharged or just within a water body, such that the water body can still attain that water quality standard. And we go through a process of prioritizing which waters we will set TMDLs for. Here in the state of Florida, we have hundreds of water bodies actually on that list. So we do have to evaluate which ones we're going to tackle first. And we have done that. We're actually closing in on our priority setting that we did back in 2012. And then we reevaluated that in 2016. We're going to be doing a new evaluation of setting those priorities next year. So kind of starting a new list of priorities, if you will. When we establish TMDLs for water bodies, that's really where we are looking at the sources of the pollutants. We really take the deeper dive to evaluate where the pollutant sources are, whether it be stormwater or a wastewater treatment discharge, whether it be septic tanks, those types of things kind of start at that TMDL setting stage. But then when it really gets into the nitty gritty is when we're establishing those restoration plans. And that can be done through a Basin Management Action Plan or a BMAP. That is one of the options that we have available to us here at the department. And that's where we bring all of the local stakeholders together to establish that restoration plan. We look at the sources in much greater detail, whereas we're looking at, you know, the numbers of septic tanks or the number of wastewater treatment facilities and where they're discharging and their specific loads and that type of thing that need to be addressed in that restoration plan. And then, of course, we have to implement those restoration plans. And we do that collaboratively with all of the partners that came together to establish that restoration plan. We work with them either through providing funding for, you know, implementing those projects and activities, or just helping them, you know, navigate how to get those projects and activities done. So talking specifically about Biscayne Bay, I believe you've seen this map in several of the other presentations today, but when we were looking at establishing the numeric nutrient criteria, which is really what we're focusing on today with all of the other presentations talking about, you know, we're seeing elevated chlorophyll and nitrogen and phosphorus. So when we were looking at establishing numeric nutrient criteria for Biscayne Bay, we used available data that had been collected by FIU over many years to help establish these regions. And we call them estuary nutrient regions or marine nutrient regions. And those were established based on the hydrology and some other factors. So looking at Biscayne Bay, we have a number of estuary nutrient regions that we are looking at, and each of them have specific criteria, as Christian pointed out. And so it's a lot of different criteria depending on where you're looking in the bay. And this is really just a quick example of how we do our assessments. The yellow outlines are what we call water body segments or water body identification units. We do that to help us group the data, you know, to evaluate a specific watershed. In the case of Biscayne Bay, we have the entire bay primarily enveloped in one watershed or one water body identification unit. But in that case, as you can see, the bay is covered by 9 different estuary regions. So we do evaluate the entire bay, but based on those different criteria. In the case of developing a TMDL, it would be very difficult to establish a TMDL for, say, one of these estuary nutrient regions, like this purple area. It would be very difficult to just establish a TMDL for that smaller area because there's so much interaction between the whole bay. So we evaluate the whole bay with regard to determining if a TMDL is needed or not. This is just an example. So if and when you're looking at the department's information, I just wanted you to be familiar with what you may be seeing. So we have tables and lists and all types of information out there. So if you're looking around, in the case of Biscayne Bay, as I mentioned, we have that grouped into one water body identification, and yet we've assessed it based on each of the nutrient regions criteria. So just in the example of this particular section, we looked at 5 different criteria, and it actually failed 2 of the different ones. And so the bay is impaired for chlorophyll and for total nitrogen. Getting back to our watershed restoration process, the way that we deal with most water bodies is, again, we go through that assessment process. We prioritize which ones we're going to do TMDLs for, and we try to get to those, you know, in a year or 2 years. But for those that may not make it to the priority list, it may be a much longer, you know, wait before we could actually develop the TMDL, that restoration goal. Once restoration goals are set, then we move into a basin management action plan, which is a process that's led by the department. And that can take a couple of years to develop, depending on the complexity of the area. And specifically for Biscayne Bay, there are a lot of active stakeholders and a lot of things that would have to be considered. So I can imagine it would take a few years for us to actually get a basin management action plan in place that everyone could be comfortable with, because it is a plan where stakeholders are committing to the activities and the projects that they are going to implement to attain the water quality standards for the bay. And then, of course, we go through implementation. Many of our basin management action plans have 20-year horizons. So all of the projects and activities listed out in those BMAPs are set forth to meet the water quality standards in a 20-year horizon. We do have some alternatives, and I have presented this information to the Biscayne Bay Task Force, as well as some of the other local water quality groups in the area of Biscayne Bay. One of those options or alternatives is a reasonable assurance plan. So that is a plan that we work with the local stakeholders, but it is driven by the local stakeholders. It's a plan that is developed locally, similar to what it sounds like the Biscayne Bay Task Force has recommended with the watershed restoration plan. The thing about a reasonable assurance plan is it is in lieu of a TMDL and a BMAP. So it essentially replaces that, because in a reasonable assurance plan, you are setting forth and committing to what is going to be done to restore water quality. These plans are adopted by DEP, so they are enforceable, and they are also approved by EPA, because they are in lieu of a TMDL. They have to approve those plans as well. Another somewhat lesser option, if you can't go full bore and do a reasonable assurance plan, but you have some ongoing restoration activities or projects in the queue, then we do have a pollutant reduction plan. And these are just approved by DEP. We do not adopt them currently, so they're not enforceable. And again, they're just reviewed by EPA. They are not approved or anything like that. And essentially, they delay a TMDL. We're allowing local stakeholders to take on the activities and projects that they have planned or ongoing to see how water quality will improve. And it needs to improve in a short amount of time, as opposed to like a 20-year horizon with the TMDL and BMAP. So a little bit more detail on what the reasonable assurance plan is. As I mentioned, it replaces a TMDL and a BMAP. So it has to have the restoration target specifically stated and outlined in the reasonable assurance plan itself. It can be the current criteria, or a new water quality target could be established. If there's better information or better modeling or something that demonstrates a better water quality standard should be applied to that water body, that can be established in a reasonable assurance plan. Again, as I've mentioned, it lists the projects and activities that will achieve that restoration target. It has a schedule of when those projects and when that target will be achieved. And then there's monitoring and reporting information and commitments that have to be made. And then as you're moving through the plan and implementing the plan, if there are things that are not happening or we're not seeing improvements in water quality, there are corrective actions that are also listed out in that plan. So if A isn't happening, we're going to do B and C to address A, is essentially how it's laid out. There are funding commitments. So each of the stakeholders that participate in development of the plan and providing those projects and activities also have to commit, to funding, not 100%, but they have to commit to funding the different things in projects and activities that they want to accomplish. With the pollutant reduction plan, again, it's a little bit lesser. As I mentioned, we're looking at a much shorter time frame because we're just delaying perhaps TMDL development. If the stakeholders think they can do enough in that shorter time frame to attain the water quality standard, then we have this other option. And we have used it in a lot of areas, and we are seeing it be beneficial to the local stakeholders, because in both of these examples, they are stakeholder driven. The benefits to the restoration plan, as opposed to the department's, typical TMDL BMAP process, is it does provide a faster path to restoration, because we've recently adopted a plan for Mosquito Lagoon last year, And that was the stakeholders reached out to the department and said, we know our lagoon is impaired. You don't have to, go through your process to tell us that. We want to do something now. And so within 2 years, we had a reasonable assurance plan in place, and they are already implementing it. They're already submitting grant proposals to the department and getting funding to get those restoration projects and activities in place. So it can be a much faster path to restoration, and it allows the local stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, I'm talking about the counties, the cities, the nonprofit organizations that are involved in water quality. Anyone who is affected by the water quality in the watershed can participate in these in these development of the plans. It also, really lets the stakeholders control that process. So you can control what you're doing even on the regulatory side. Lee was talking about some of the things that his program does and what they do on the regulatory side. It really allows them to control that rather than the department doing that through some of the mechanisms we have to do under law or under statute. And as you're going through and implementing these plans, it also acknowledges those efforts. I know many of you are probably well aware of your local residents and constituents. They want to hear that your local county and cities are being proactive and addressing the water quality issues. So it can be a very good benefit just locally. And get better buy-in from your constituents and residents. And there's always, peripheral benefits either to downstream impaired waters or, other contributing waters in the watershed itself. So going through, developing a plan, I've mentioned several times that it's a stakeholder-driven process. And what I mean by that is the local entities coming together and developing that plan. And it sounds very similar to perhaps what the Biscayne Bay Task Force was recommending in establishing the watershed management board and the plan itself. So it's, the locals coming together, taking control of the process and developing a plan that can attain those water quality standards. And DEP's role with regard to, these types of plans is really as an advisor, helping weigh in when there are questions about, what could the department adopt in a plan? What are the things that we need to include in a plan so that it's approvable by the department and it's approvable by EPA? That's really our role primarily. We also do have, some resources that we can provide to assist stakeholders. One of the ones that we've used primarily is facilitation. We have some great facilitators on contract that can come in and help bring these groups together and keep the conversations going and keep that whole process going smoothly. And then of course, we have some limited technical analysis and resources that we can provide as well. And as I mentioned, we have done this a few times. Tampa Bay has a reasonable assurance plan. Hopefully many of you are aware how successful they have been at restoring seagrasses in Tampa Bay. And that has been through the implementation of a reasonable assurance plan and how they brought that group together. But it does take time and commitments, project commitments. Also having someone come in to provide technical support is really beneficial. I talked about establishing maybe different water quality targets. If that's something that you think needs to be done or reviewed, it really helps to have technical support, whether it's from the outside or from a water management district or a local science group. Down in Miami, in that area, you have a lot of universities with some really good expertise. Whatever it is, that is really, really beneficial. There's always limitations, on what can affect, how the plan comes together. But there, in that area of Biscayne Bay, there's a lot of information and data out there, as we've seen today in many of the presentations. So I feel like that's probably not as much of an issue for you there. And then I would say most importantly is the local leadership. We've tried to do this process in another region of the state, and we really could not get that centralized local leadership, and we really weren't able to ever get the plan over the finish line to a reasonable assurance plan. So we kind of did that lesser pollutant reduction plan in hopes that through time over the next few years, we can get that local leadership and really move that one to the next level. So I guess the key points I just wanted to say was really the technical support and that local leadership are really key components to getting one of these plans, in place and successful. And just overall, in summary, really the ultimate goal is water quality restoration. No matter which path we take, that's what we're here to do as DEP. We're here to either, do it ourselves and lead the charge, or to help assist local groups and stakeholders, take another path. But we're really here to support whatever it takes to get water quality restoration done. And that was it. If there are any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Espy, for that. It was a great presentation, and I learned a lot. And it's encouraging to see what's going on. Are there any questions from any of the board members? It says I've got a hand up, and I'm trying to see where it is. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you very much, Chair Goss. Thank you so much for the presentation. Can you just talk for a moment about DEP's responsibility for regulating within the triangle of responsibilities of the water management districts? I guess, it could be FDACs, but there should also be something for residential fertilizer, I'm sure there is, and DEP, because it's tough, but there has to be that component. I'm sure that's a very difficult part of your job. Can you talk about it a little bit, please?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes, it is probably one of the biggest or most challenging parts of what we do with water quality restoration. Florida has done a really good job over, in the early 90s, late 90s, of controlling a lot of our wastewater dischargers. And so we no longer really have toxic discharges, that many of the other states deal with, but we still have this nutrient, issue that has really come to the forefront. And anytime we are establishing TMDLs, that part is included in the TMDL. And I'm just going to talk about wastewater first, and then I'll talk about some of the others. But with regard to wastewater, when we're establishing TMDLs, it essentially sets limits, nutrient limits, if we're talking about a nutrient TMDL, for those facilities, so that the loads coming from those facilities can help those, help us meet those reductions that are necessary to achieve the TMDL. When we're talking about stormwater, it's similar. We have the ability to do that through the MS4 permits, the stormwater permits that I believe Christian maybe mentioned earlier in his presentation. So the stormwater and sewer systems within the local entities, the counties all are MS4 permittees. As they come up for permit renewals, we work with our MS4 program. They know that if there's a TMDL or a BMAP, that local entity needs to be describing in their new permit how they're going to address those water quality issues. Many times they have many water bodies that they are looking at. So they may do a prioritization process, and they develop what we call TMDL implementation plans. So that's how stormwater is primarily dealt with. With regard to urban BMPs or best management practices or agricultural BMPs, through a BMAP, we have the ability to, well, I'll start with agriculture. They are required, any ag producer or landowner that is within a basin management action plan boundary is required to implement those best management practices. And those are based on what they are producing or what crop or what their activity is that they are doing on their property. And then through that, we work very closely with FDACs to ensure folks are getting signed up for the best management program, are implementing the best management practices that they need to be. And if they are not, the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services can refer those people to DEP, and we can, under the BMAP, take enforcement. First of all, we try and get them in compliance, and we talk to them about the program and what it's, why they have to do it and why it's there and the reasons for it. But we can take enforcement there. With regard to urban best management practices, we're really working with our non-point source section here at DEP, here within the department. They've been working really hard over the last year or two to put out a lot more educational not only like radio spots to talk to people about, cleaning up their pet waste or not putting their grass clippings down stormwater drains, but they're also working with counties and cities to provide tools and educational information that they can use, that they can readily, put their city seal on and say, yes, here's some education that they can give out to their residents and try and educate folks to improve on the urban best management practices in that way. I hope that answered your question.
That did. Thank you very much. And I always remember when I was growing up, there was that campaign about trash, because people used to throw their trash right out the window of their car. When I was growing up in Stewart, no one lived here. And they had the Native American crying, and that was like a commercial that really helped promote a movement of, and within a certain period of time, people didn't throw their trash out the window. And hopefully something like that will happen with fertilizer and other poisons that people throw around, not thinking about it.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Coming this spring, we've been actually taping them over the last year, the last 6 months primarily. There will be a show on PBS called Flip My Florida Yard. And we have segments where we're actually doing, changing a person, a resident's yard to either be where they're using less fertilizer or less irrigation. And so we talk about water quality and how all of these things come together on an urban landscape. And those segments are supposed to be starting to air in the spring. So we're really hoping that's going to help a lot too in getting the word out.
That's awesome. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Colonel Roman, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the excellent presentation, and congratulations on your new position. I had a question early on in your presentation when it had to do with when the watershed approach. And you mentioned that you had hundreds on the list of water bodies that did not meet the water quality standards. And I've attended your seminars before, and which were excellent, but a little overwhelming in terms of how you have to go through and prioritize which ones that you'll be able to address in any particular year. And given in the fact that it's 5 to 10 years and another 10 years for implementation, and it's like 20 years, what is the limiting factor to us getting all of the 100 moving in a positive direction towards water quality? With these two other options, which I'm encouraged by, could we not get more of them working on things too? That's my question.
Yes, ma'am. And that's an excellent question. I should have maybe talked about this more. We have been making a very concerted effort to get the word out about these options. Over the last couple of years, we've been really pushing that, some of these faster paths to restoration, because we here in the state of Florida, we are always on the cutting edge of new technologies and more information, lots of data. So there's lots of things out there, and we have many active counties and cities that are really addressing water quality. So we have been, actually just recently, we have launched some new information on our webpage with regard to these options. And we've added a survey. So like a local county or city can go to our webpage and fill out this little survey where it says, yes, I have a water body that's impaired, or I don't know. And then we take them to a map where they can find out if they do. And they can find out what the parameter is, if it's bacteria or nutrients or whatever. And they can kind of fill out some information that then says, hey, this might be a really good option for you. And here's some contact information for someone at DEP who'd be happy to talk to you through that. We just launched that here in the last couple of weeks. So, and we presented actually at the Florida Stormwater Association, and we're really hoping to get some good feedback and lots of people taking the survey so that we can do even more to get that restoration going more quickly.
Because, I'm thinking if the option was a TMDL and a BMAP that would keep the state in contact with the municipality or the county for 10 or 20 years, the other options might seem more desirable. So that you have more independence in those governments to work towards water quality and improving things without having such a close relationship with the state.
That's very well stated, I'm sure.
But with budgets being what they are, I think that you might also look for ways to encourage them to pick one of those other options. Because I don't necessarily think that budgets being what they are at those levels that someone is going to volunteer for them unless there's a little bit of encouragement. But that's just my comment. Thank you.
Sure. I will say that on the encouragement side, we, through our grant programs, we do look at folks who are implementing one of these restoration plans and consider that a higher priority for funding, because they already have a plan. They have, in mind of what they're going to do. They've probably already got some design and planning done. And so we work with our Division of Watershed Restoration Assistance on grants to highlight those folks who are implementing these plans as well.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you very much.
That's all the questions I see from governing board members. Ms. Espy, thanks very much for your time and that excellent presentation and your comments. We're now going to move on and moving to Ms. Parrott, I believe. Yes.
Good afternoon, governing board members. I'm Mindy Parrott. I'm a lead project manager with the Ecosystem Restoration Planning Bureau. I'm going to talk to you today about two SERP projects that benefit Biscayne Bay. The first is Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1. So on this slide, the planning goals and objectives of the VBCW Phase 1 project are listed. The main idea is to redirect canal point source discharges to coastal mangrove wetlands where that more passive flow can provide benefits to wetlands and slowly sheet flow to the bay. So in these objectives, you'll see some of the things that were mentioned earlier today in regards to preserving habitat and improving salinity regimes and supporting fisheries. So there are three components to Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1, and these are shown on the diagram on the right. There's the Deering Estate, the Cutler Wetlands, and the L31 East Flowway. In each component, water is redirected from the canal system to coastal wetlands adjacent to the bay where it can sheet flow or flow through tidal creeks. The CERT project was authorized by WRDA in 2014 after the completion of the Integrated Project Implementation Report and Environmental Impact Statement in 2012. In 2016, the project partnership agreement between the Corps and the district was executed. And today's status is that it is partially complete and the remaining features are either in design or on their way to construction. So the first component is the Deering Estate, and this was completed by the district in 2012 and is providing early benefits for the CERT project. The picture on the left shows how the project redirects water from the local canal system, which would normally discharge water to Biscayne Bay. And so some water is able to be pulled by our new pump station, S700, and then pumped under Old Cutler, which is right here, into the historic Tidal Creek system at Deering Estate. Bahram Charkian will give us some more details on the benefits and results that we've seen so far from this project. So on the southern end, the southernmost component is the L31 East Flowway. So just for reference, this is the C103 canal. You've heard that mentioned a couple times today, and the C102 canal. This is the visitor center for Biscayne National Park, and this is Homestead Bayfront Park. So this project is partially complete. Each one of these yellow diamonds represents a culvert, and these 10 culverts are installed and in operation. Some of them were installed by the Corps and some of them were installed by the district. So the way they work is that when water is elevated to a certain elevation in the L31 East Canal, which is this canal in the diagram north to south here, water can flow from the canal into the coastal mangrove wetlands on the east side of the canal. The project will ultimately include 5 pump stations. And what those pump stations will do is pump the water for S709 and S705 will pump the water into these stretches of the L31 to promote more water flowing through those culverts. And those two pump stations have been authorized and are under construction by the Corps at this time. The S703 will pump water through a spreader swale into coastal wetlands north of the C102. And at the southern end, there is a freshwater wetland component, and it's called the North Canal Wetland. And using 2 pump stations, the S710 and S711, the water will be pumped in and spread out in this area to rehydrate the freshwater wetland and provide groundwater recharge in this area. The project will also include some recreation features to enhance recreation opportunities, and those will be located in this area around the C102. There's also an inverted siphon involved with the project, and that would allow the L31 canal to continue under the military canal. There are some challenges with that structure, so the team will see how the project functions without it. And if it is indeed necessary, we'll find a way to move forward with that feature. So this is a picture of one of the installed culverts from the L31 into the coastal wetlands. And again, IBBEAM will be giving us some more detail on the benefits that we've seen so far. The third component is the Cutler Wetlands, or the Cutler Wetlands Flowway. This is currently in design, and the district is taking the lead on this component. We are happy to have had cooperation and cost share with Miami-Dade County Durham. They've provided funding for some early work on the design update, and they are also a major partner in all three of these components in terms of lands for the project. The design update includes bringing the design up to current standards and making improvements, and taking a closer look at the canal, spreader canal configuration. As you can see in this diagram from the PIR, there are two forks, and the team is looking into if in fact both of those are needed or if one will suffice. The completed design and construction project will include recreation features to enhance opportunities in this area. So this is an updated feature map of the Cutler Wetlands project. And so how it will work is, so this is the C1 Black Creek Canal. And the project will have a pump station that brings the water from the C1 canal through a at-grade concrete light channel under 97th and 87th Avenue to a spreader swale, which will spread the water north and south in the coastal wetland. Not shown here are berm breaches and ditch blocks that will be used to direct the water into tidal creeks rather than these man-made east-west ditches. So also important to a lot of our stakeholders are the recreation features with this project. And so the bike trail will be located on the northern bank of the concrete line channel. And we will have a birdwatch overlook where one could view birds at this adjacent wetland, along with parking features and our other recreational amenities like shade shelters and kiosks. So with that, I will take your questions on Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Parrott? Ms. Solipich.
Thank you very much, Chair Goss. Ms. Parrott, could you please point out the recent properties that the board voted on to acquire the 83 acres that are part of, I think, that middle section?
Of course.
Thank you.
I should have pointed that out for you. I think it's one more. Thank you for your patience. Yes, the district recently completed acquisition on the two remaining parcels that are in this North Canal wetland. And so we will be soon certifying those lands to the Corps so that the contract can be authorized soon for the construction of these features as well.
That's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much.
Mr. Chair, this is Lawrence. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lawrence.
Great. Could we move? I need to change the structure of this last presentation, the last two. If we could go to BBC next, Ms. Ava Velez has gotten a last minute a meeting that she needs to attend at 4:45, and I would like her to be able to make comment if necessary on BBC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, BBCR, Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Restoration, is our planning feasibility study that we've just started in coordination with our partners at the Army Corps. And as Lawrence mentioned, Ava Velez is on the line and available to provide additional information and answer questions about the project as we go along. So BBCR is a SERP feasibility study, and it looks to implement or complete 6 components from the SERP plan known as the Yellow Book. On the right, this map shows the study area boundary in pink. And if you look real closely, you could see in green the, just for visual reference, the 3 components of BBCW phase 1 that I just talked about. So during the planning process for BBCW phase 1, there were additional features identified that couldn't be implemented as part of phase 1 or weren't included in the final plan. In BBC, we will take another look at those features, many of which involved restoring flows and hydrology in the area that I'm pointing out here in the model lands of the Southeastern Everglades area. And so that takes care of these first 2 bullets or components from the Yellow Book. And similarly, the C111 C111 West project is shown in yellow here, and it didn't ultimately include all the features and actions identified in the Yellow Book. So we will pursue those as part of BBC as well. So the main feature that we will be looking at is the C111 North Canal itself, which was envisioned by SERP to restore sheet flow by spreading water across the southern glades area and into the model lands as well. In this way, BBCR is phase 2 for both the Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and the C111 spreader canal projects. The next 2 components listed here are wastewater reuse. Reuse is an opportunity to provide a steady source of water that doesn't have seasonal fluctuations. The SERP plan saw these 2 reuse plants providing additional water to supplement existing sources and help support appropriate salinities in nearshore Biscayne Bay. The last component is a storage feature in the northwestern part of the study area, roughly in this location. In the Yellow Book, this feature is key to balancing flows to Biscayne Bay by storing water that would flow in through the canal system into North Bay and allowing that water to be redirected to where it's needed into central or southern Biscayne Bay. So these are BBCR's study objectives. We are looking to improve hydrology and hydro periods in the freshwater wetlands and improve freshwater distribution to Biscayne Bay to aid in developing that appropriate salinity regime. All of this while improving resiliency to sea level change. On this slide just points out some of the coastal habitats and freshwater wetlands that the project is focusing on. There are, of course, other components from the Phase 1 Alternative O, as it's known, that didn't make it into the final Phase 1 plan, that are located in the northern part of, or the central or northern part of the study area, and those haven't been forgotten. Well, we work with the project delivery team, which is, the district and the Corps and other federal, state agencies, as well as local government representatives. BBCR will be looking to improve seepage capture opportunities, providing storage and flows in the dry season, and ways to improve operations in the canal system. And as we develop a recommended plan, we will look at how to provide additional recreation experiences. So of course we have constraints. There are federal and state laws that make sure that we do not reduce levels of flood protection or eliminate or transfer existing legal sources of water. And those are known as the savings clause. And we must also make sure that the water that we deliver to new areas meets applicable water quality standards. And as we've heard today, that is, those standards are high and they are stringent. Other considerations, we want to make sure that we don't interfere with water deliveries to Everglades National Park or reroute any water that needs to go to Taylor Slough or Florida Bay. So it wouldn't be a CERT project if it didn't have challenges. The BBCR team has identified 3 challenging topics so far in the study. The first is the feasibility of wastewater reuse as a CERT project component and whether or not it will be cost effective. The second is the potential for sea level rise, and using the Army Corps curves during the project's planning horizon, which goes out to 2080, we're looking at 1 to 3 feet of sea level rise. And on the right, the lighter blue is about 1 foot of sea level rise, where the darker blue shows 3 feet of sea level rise coming up to the Atlantic coastal ridge. And so this area that we're planning for is already low lying and already seeing effects from sea level change. And so that is a challenge for the team on many fronts. And the need for dry season storage in this area is complicated by the nature of the geology and it's the connectivity between ground and surface water. So Ava and the team at the Corps worked very hard early on to have a lot of conversations with stakeholders and find out what their concerns are with the BBCR project and what they wanted to see in terms of features and alternatives. And so, some of these we've already addressed in terms of the study area objectives and constraints, and the team will continue to work with our stakeholders to collect their concerns and information as we move forward with the study. So this shows the current schedule for the CERT project. As you can see there, it's a long way, it's a long schedule. We have 4.5 years worth of work to do. And this is assuming that we receive a waiver for the schedule from the 36-month limit for feasibility study. So on this flow chart, you may have seen before, this shows the input points for state and governing board review. And based on the schedule on the previous slide, the first point of input is the near the TSP, or tentatively selected plan, which we fall somewhere in summer of 2023. Of course, you have many district staff members working on the project team, and so we will continue to be able to provide updates as we move forward. So I wanted to put up the study's website and the project email for those interested to be able to follow the project and provide any comments or suggestions to the team. And that ends my presentation. So I will take any questions, or if there's any questions for Ava Velez as well, we'd be happy to answer them.
Great. Well, thank you very much. That's a good presentation. Can you tell me, since we were talking about it and we're probably going to be talking about it again, where the 8.5 square mile area falls and whether this would impact that or that would impact this?
The 8.5 square mile area is in this area here. And I think maybe you're asking about the curtain wall itself.
Yeah, we've got a couple of different options that we're looking at, and would they be incorporated into BBC, or is that considered separate?
Yeah, it's considered separate.
Because that's not a SERP project, right?
Right. At least not at this point.
Got it. Thanks. Do any governing board members have questions? Colonel Roman, your hand's up. I don't know if that's from before or not.
No, it's a new one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it.
I have a question, and maybe this is just for clarification on the comment that you made in the presentation regarding using reclaimed water as a source for dry season flows to Biscayne Bay. Are you looking at possibly incorporating in this project a wastewater treatment facility, or is there one already available for use?
So the way this is described in the Yellow Book or the SERP plan is that water, treated wastewater from the South, I think it's called the South County Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is very close to the Cutler Wetlands component of BBCW Phase 1, that plant would be able to augment flows to a series of features that direct water to coastal wetlands, where that water could sheet flow and augment flows to the bay.
Have the standards been set for the nutrient levels in that treated wastewater? Or is that something that's yet to be evaluated? Because, you know, the nutrient levels can fluctuate on reuse water.
Yes, and that is one of our challenges with implementing that as a part of the project. And so we will be working closely with Miami-Dade County and DEP representatives that are on the project delivery team to understand the constraints of those types of systems and the feasibility of being able to meet, excuse me, the required water quality standards.
Yeah, I think that's very important because we don't want to be putting nutrients into the bay that we're trying to clean up. So that's an important consideration from my point of view. Thank you very much.
Agreed.
Thanks. Are there any other governing board members with questions? I'm not seeing any.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would like to call on Ava to see if she has any comments she would like to provide before she needs to leave at 4:45.
That's great. Ava, thanks.
Good afternoon, Lawrence. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, governing board members, and other panelists. Thank you for having me. And I've really enjoyed this afternoon. I wanted to first share the Corps' excitement at the BBCR project. We kicked it off jointly with your team in September, and we have had a lot of fun. It's a hard one. It's really complex, but we've had a lot of fun gathering the information in this initial phase that we call scoping of the study. And so I would just share with you that we've had some charrettes, and all in this COVID environment, we've struggled with how to stay engaged and connected to our stakeholders and our partners, but we've done it similar to how you're doing it through a virtual environment. And so one of the things I wanted to highlight out of Mindy's presentation was that we have had some science workshops. We've had some charrettes to try to understand what the experts and stakeholders in the public and the area that know the area best would like to see considered as future potential features that we might propose or recommend depending on how the evaluation turns out. And we've worked with the Ecosystem Restoration Task Force. They've hosted a workshop as well, so we could get some more public engagement. So some of the challenges that Mindy identified are definitely ones that we're thinking about. And the last thing I would leave you with is one of the big questions out of this study is where's the water going to come from on the regional perspective in order to meet the needs of Biscayne Bay while protecting Everglades National Park needs, water conservation area needs, and then of course the human environment, which is in the middle. So that's a big job. We're all excited to be working on it. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. It sounds like you've got some challenges.
Okay. Well, we have our last speaker of the day. We've been through the issues that we have, the collegial nature of how we're trying to go about solving these, some of the projects that are either in the ground or planned. But Mr. Bahram Sharkian now will walk you through some of the results that we're seeing from the Deering Estate, which is the first completed part of BBCW. So Bahram, please take it away.
Hi, Bahram. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Bahram Sharkian. I'm lead environmental scientist with Coastal Ecosystem Section. Today, I'm going to talk about Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetland Phase 1 early benefit that we have observed. Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetland Phase 1 project has 3 components: Deering Estate, Cutler Wetland, and L31E. Mindy, objective of the project, Mindy discussed this in detail in her presentation. Monitoring used to track project performance against restoration target, and we are monitoring completed component of the project and making any recommendation based on the result to enhance and improve performance of the project. Project Northwestern, Mindy talked about this in her presentation. One of the components of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetland Phase 1 project is here in the state. Goals of this component is to redirect up to 100 cubic feet per second fresh water, and that we have in the system and used to divert through coastal structure S123 on C100 Canal in form of point source discharges to Biscayne Bay through redirect this water through pump station S700 in form of sheet flow to the Erie State coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay rehydrate coastal wetland. And as a part of this component, establish an educational wetland outreach program. We are working with Miami-Dade County Park and also the Erie State Park. And they have a program for educating on outreach and Miami-Dade County students from elementary school, high school, and also students from various universities. And they visit this, this component and also educational wetland with the vicinity of the Erie State Pump. And they learn about the restoration project. And this has been very successful for us in terms of outreach. We initiated operation of the Erie State pump station in December 2012, determine extent of inundation under various pumping rate, 25 to 100 cubic feet per second, estimated acreage of impoundment surface water in the coastal wetland, modify operation of the pump station, and we received approval from FDEP, and we implemented changes in water year 2014. Okay. What, oh, sorry. I have to go back. Apologize, system with please accept my apology. Can you please, Gina, help me with for some reason my slide is moving forward.
Hi, Bram. Do you need help with anything?
Please, yes. For some reason, my computer would not allow me to move forward. If you go back to previous slide that I had, I would appreciate.
Just let me know when to stop.
Sure. Go back one more. Right here. Water year two, no, forward one more. Please go forward one more. One more. Right here. Water year 2017, we started a pump test, compare pulse releases versus continuous pumping at the rate of 25 to 100 cubic feet per second. The duration of the test was for 2 years, 2 wet season and 2 dry season. And objective was for us to do this experiment and be able to divert needed water to the coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay on a daily continuous basis. Graph below, this is daily mean flow discharges through the Erie State pump station. Here, and these two wet and dry season You see here is pulse releases. We had 2 events during each day. Duration of each event was 6 hours. And during the test, wet and dry season, this is comparison. And after, when we modify operation of the pump station on a daily continuous pumping, actually we improve and increase the daily discharges through pump stations. Next, please. Wetland stage result as a result of implementing these changes increased and we did improvement. Here is a comparison: wet season pulse releases versus continuous and improvement. Also dry season. Here is dry season pulse releases, twice of them, versus continuous pumping at the rate 25 cubic feet per second and or higher rate on a daily basis. Next, please. Next is, here is actually salinity in the mouth of Cutler Creek near shore of the project. We decreasing the salinity at this monitoring station. This is pulse releases and continuous daily pumping. And we were able to decrease the concentration of salinity at the mouth of Cutler Creek near shore. Next, please. Groundwater salinity. This is one of our monitoring stations near shore. And we actually decreased the concentration of salinity in groundwater. This is actually in water year 2013, before starting the operation of the pump. And we reduced it to 1 after implementing changes and on a daily basis, pumping the water. Next, please. We diverted close to 138,000 acre feet from Deering State Pump Station in form of sheet flow to coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay, and overall timing of the flows to the coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay have improved. Next, please. Next slide. L31E flowway, this is another component of the phase 1. June 2010, we initiated monitoring of the 4 culvert, 2 northern culvert, S23A and B, and 2 southern culvert, S23C and D. March 2017, district completed construction of interim electric pump S709 right here. An objective of this pump test was to verify size, location, and direction of a permanent pump station that was recommended by project delivery team in PIR for phase 1, and also be able to divert fresh water to the coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay during dry season. Pump test was successful, And also in water year 2019, we initiate monitoring for culverts that district, additional culvert, remaining of culvert that district built between C102 and C103 Canal, and also US Army Corps, and they built 2 culverts for us near Biscayne National Park headquarters to divert fresh water in form of sheet flow to the coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay. Result enhanced sheet flow to the coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay. And also during the pump test, we were able to maintain water level at desired level 2.2 in the L31E canal, which gave us ability to divert the water gravity through the L31E culverts. Next slide, please. Interim electric pump diverted close to 45,000 acre-feet freshwater to coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay, and timing of flows to the L31E coastal wetland and Biscayne Bay improved during dry season. Next slide, please. Here is some result on salinity monitoring station Nearshore with the vicinity of the pump test. Blue color, no pump event, and this is during the pumping event that we were able to divert water in form of sheet flow to the coastal wetland and nearshore. We saw improvement, some improvement. Next slide, please. Sargassum acreage increased over 909 acres since 2013. Here you will see comparison of the Sargassum mapping in 2016 versus 2017. This is about 370 acres in northern part of an L31E flowway between L31E canal and nearshore. And also reduced percent of cover of exotic plant with the vicinity of L31E flowway, and we are controlling and treating on an annual basis to meet our performance target. Next slide, please. Next slide. During a state vegetation result, Sargassum began to establish naturally in a sluice. I could say after close to 90 years apart, total canopy cover returned to pre-Hurricane Irma levels. We have seen shift in vegetation community from upland to wetland. Herb and shrub cover decreases while canopy cover increase in all sluice plots. The state of endangered fern increase in abundance in both historical slough of Diatom state. Next slide, please. I would like to thank and appreciate several agencies and staff from those agencies who work closely with us, and they are working with us. Staff from Miami-Dade County Park, Fragile Tropical Botanic Garden, Florida International University, NOAA, Biscayne National Park, U.S. Army, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Deering State Park. That's all I have. I am happy to answer any question you have.
Thanks very much. That was a great presentation. Mr. Lipich.
Thank you, Chair Goss. Mr. Shark, that was very interesting to hear about the plants coming back, the vegetation. Who does those studies?
I'm working with the Florida for L31E flowway, Dr. Evelyn Geiser and Dr. Mike Ross. They are assisting us with that study and on an annual basis. So we are actually monitoring we have the transect along the shoreline in the coastal wetlands from the levee to nearshore. And so we are actually monitoring for vegetation, paraphyton, soil water, for soil and wetland stage. And so they are helping us, and also Miami-Dade County, and they assisted me with the mapping of the sawgrass in northern part of L31E flowway. For Deering State, we are working closely with scientists from Fragile Botanic Garden, and they are there. And also I'm leveraging Miami-Dade County's vegetation monitoring network there. So we usually do site investigation, and scientists also will assisting us to document those changes.
That is such good news. And when the vegetation changes, you know, everything starts to get better. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by governing board members? I'm not seeing any.
Chairman Goss, would it be okay if we extend the floor to Dr. Joan Browder, who hasn't had a chance to speak today, on any aspects of Biscayne Bay she would like to provide before going to public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I just wanted to say that we at IBBEAM, which is the integrated monitoring program that's going on in conjunction with all the changes being brought about by BBCW and soon by BBCR. And we're already beginning to look at the changes from BBCW, and we're looking forward to participating in BBCR development planning and to monitoring someday the changes that will take place, the improvements in the bay that we expect to take place with the implementation of the BBCR projects still to be developed. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to serve on the panel today and tell you that we're committed and we're glad to be a part of this process.
Well, thank you, Dr. Browder, very much, and thank you for your partnership and all the hard work you put into this.
Thank you.
All right, Lawrence, is that it for presentations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Rosie, we're going to go ahead and go to.
I lost you, Chairman Goss, but we will go ahead and start taking public comment. That's all right. Did you want something to say something else?
I just was going to tell people how to do this, but I think they know by now.
I see a lot of hands raised, so I think they're figuring it out. We'll
ahead.
start with Arella Begay, followed by Laura Reynolds. Ms. Begay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the governing board, I really want to thank you for hosting this very, very informative workshop. And I commend all the presenters that really helped us better understand the declining conditions of Biscayne Bay and the solutions we need to work on to improve the water quality of this watershed. As many of you know, I'm a longtime advocate of Biscayne Bay, a former governing board member, and most recently the chair of the Miami-Dade's Biscayne Bay Task Force. Biscayne Bay is an essential part of Miami-Dade County's economy, and a large part of our prosperity comes from real estate, trade, and tourism, all of which depend on a healthy bay ecosystem. Miami-Dade County is also one of the largest ad valorem revenue contributors to the district's budget. So I truly hope that all of you will take the time to review the work of the task force. This report includes a number of recommendations related to working and partnering with the district, who is an essential partner of Miami-Dade County. And I hope that we can count on your support and commitment, as we will all need the participation of all levels of government, academia, stakeholders, and the general public to really help us achieve Biscayne Bay's water quality and restoration goals. Thank you so much for your dedicated service and all that you do to protect and preserve our water resources in South Florida.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Laura Reynolds, you're recognized to speak, followed by Richard Weiskopf.
Thank you, governing board members, for having your workshop all about Biscayne Bay. I think there's so much information, we could have one more of these and still have plenty to talk about. I learned so much, and I thank you to all the presenters for the great information. So I wanted to just make a couple of comments that I've noticed and raise some questions. One of the things I'd like to say is that following Arella Begay, I'd like to support the efforts of the task force and their recommendations, and anything that the district and this governing board can do to partner and do that memorandum of understanding. I urge you to do that. I hope that this will help us all have better communication and better data sharing. And I think it will, and it already has, because we've had this great workshop. One of the comments I'd like to make is just on water quality. Obviously, that's been the theme of today, and we certainly need to focus on that. And so with that, I have a couple of questions, and one of them is the monitoring program, and I think Joan might have more information about this, but the monitoring program in the southern part of the Biscayne Bay, as I understand, the Recover program, or what is now IBBEAM, has been cut in terms of funding. So I would urge all of us to look at that to see if we could restore the funding for that, and then potentially add to it, looking at phosphorus inputs from groundwater, phosphorus inputs that might be in the soil, not just the water body. The numeric nutrient criteria standards average out the whole body of water, and according to Chris, we don't have any issues with phosphorus, but we know that that's the limiting factor. So I think we need to take a hard look at how we're determining degradation of the benthic community, and just looking at the surface water may not be the best way to do that. So again, I think water quality is important, especially as we go into BBC. And Ron Bergeron made a comment about how Everglades restoration is quality, quantity, timing, and distribution. And the BBC project has the ability to make water quality a priority. It's currently, or an opportunity, it's currently a constraint. And I would hope we would look at ways to actually use that project to improve water quality rather than just meeting these minimum standards. And I would argue that the numeric nutrient standard criteria is not protective enough for this oligotrophic environment. So we should take a hard look at some of those standards and maybe relook at them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Richard Weiskopf, followed by Richard Pinsky. Mr. Weiskopf, if you could unmute your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Thank you.
So I don't understand a few things. First, the water comes into the system very clean from outside. And then it hits the bay and it's not so clean. So we all know that economy is what generates the problem. The nutrients and some of the things that aren't really called nutrients, they're pollutants, and it comes from the people in the residences. There's a study of the septic tanks in Miami-Dade. There's 100,000 septic tanks. With sea level rise, there's about 18,000 that are viewed as vulnerable. So when I asked the former mayor of South Miami, which is in the Coral Gables area, what's the key problem? And he said, without blinking an eye, he said, it's septic tanks, because we have septic tanks that now with sea level rise just take raw sewage and it goes right into Biscayne Bay. Isn't that interesting? So there's no, we don't study that, it seems. The fecal, what's it called? Indicator. I'm an economist, so all these terms, but we have is so far, we've talked about chlorophyll and nitrates and phosphates. Okay, but we haven't talked about the human or animal generated waste material that would be part of the problem. So that's not part of the test, it seems, or maybe it isn't. Maybe I missed it, or maybe it just hasn't been put up so much. So, because there's a study that was done on Lake Okeechobee by Kelly and Solo Gabrielli. These are all University of Miami. It was in water research half a year ago. And they found that it's the fecal indicators plus the nutrient runoffs in combination. So we haven't been hearing much about that. Now, the way the economy works is we have to know what's going on in the economy by we could call it the BMAP, an urban BMAPs. So I was looking at those on the rural areas and the farms, but to know what's going into the bay by area. Is it coming from the condos? Is it coming from nurseries? Is it coming from different facilities, from septic tanks? And monitor that, require compliance, put some money into that instead of digging $14 million holes to try to put the wastewater in it so then you could pull it up clean and treat it and all these other physical solutions, when what we really need is, as someone said, this charrettes and stakeholder involvement, and get down to the grassroots level. Let us know what's going on wrong with our system on the detail level, and we'll fix it along with you instead of engineering solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Richard Pinsky, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Chairman Goss, the board, and to Drew. Very refreshing and welcome to see DEP, the district, and Miami-Dade County all collaborating together. This was great. I'd like to fast forward of what's going to be happening 90 days from now, when we get to Tallahassee and the actual funding and dollar amounts are discussed. And we'd love to see the same collaboration take place in Tallahassee. And by that, I mean when Miami-Dade County goes to Tallahassee and begins to once again advocate for funding for the model lands purchase, the land purchase for the S20 collector properties, which together I think total $1 million. And we talk about the little river communities that are struggling with their outfalls and stormwater drain, that these projects and these funding requests don't get decided upon by, let's say, forgive me, but who the legislator may be, or even who the lobbyist may be, but rather a collaborative effort, as we're talking about today, between DEP, the district, and the county. And that's really my comment. And I, again, appreciate what I saw today, and I'm excited about the collaboration, and hopefully that we can collaborate on the funding priorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinsky. Mr. Chairman, there are no more hands raised.
Oh, thank you, Rosie. And are there any governing board members who have anything they'd like to say as we get ready to adjourn? You don't have to, and I'm not seeing any hands, so we can have an opportunity to talk tomorrow. I'd like to thank all of our presenters for putting together such a really good workshop. I learned a lot. I'm sure everyone else did too. And I'd like to reiterate something that Mr. Pinsky just mentioned, which was collaboration. It's nice to see us all working together so well. I think that's the way we're going to move the ball further down the field. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the district is going to hold its last monthly business meeting of the calendar year for 2020. The meeting is going to be via Zoom. So if you'd like to attend, please register to attend by clicking on the link found on the district's website, which is sfwmd.gov/meetings. And with that, we're going to adjourn this meeting. Thanks, everyone, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.